All right. Good morning. Happy Friday. Hope you guys had a good week. It's been rough out there. We're going to talk about some of it today. It's going to be a little heavy. Well, actually, I think every story I have today is basically a heavy story. And or I have some quote, I don't know, reprieves in between, but it's going to be a pretty heavy one today. So we're just going to end our week with a little bit of heaviness just to hold space for it. And then we'll try to find some hope to the best of our ability. Um, Before we begin, I will start with Iran and Lebanon, and then I want to talk about some philosophy stuff, and then I want to talk about sort of like some US politics stuff. I want to talk about some poly stuff. Like, there's this story about this feminist writer who basically was coerced into poly. We'll talk about it, and then we'll end on a story about a woman left paralyzed by her ex-husband. So we'll have it's going to be a bit heavy, but what I'm hoping for today's Friday show is I'm hoping for some solemn, maybe like meditative pondering. I don't know how to say it. I'm hoping for some radical acceptance. I'm hoping for some consideration, I suppose. I think we also cleared up some stuff yesterday on stream. I got a super chat from Anthony, Do Not Worry Podcast's mod, and I wasn't sure if I was being trolled. My anxiety got the better of me. It was a real person. He did email me with an apology, but honestly, it's just my anxiety over like streamer stuff. Like I get very anxious. But Anthony basically wants to raise some money for Lebanon. He's already doing it. It's amazing because people are being displaced from their homes. Israel has attacked Lebanon. It's really horrible. Just really horrible things are happening. So Anthony's going to try to do a charity stream with some YouTubers. He mentioned my name. Of course, I'm happy to help. So maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. But the point of it, it's not about us, the streamers. It's about raising money for people who need. So hopefully that's going to happen. Also, we have to understand that Anthony is streaming from Lebanon. Like Israel wants to make Beirut like Gaza, they say. So this is, I mean, it's really scary. It's really real. And, we're so lucky to have, Do Not Worry, to have Anthony here. And we can only hope that he stays safe because, I mean, truly, if you've known any, just think about it. One of my longest friendships is my Lebanese homie from Lebanon. His family's from Lebanon. They're Christian Lebanese. Anthony's Christian Lebanese. He's, I don't think, religious now, from my understanding. But the point is that there's so many people in Lebanon, Muslims, Christians, so many different variations of people, and their lives are being targeted. And Anthony and his, just keep him in your thoughts. If you're religious, pray for him. If you're secular, think about just the reality of what people are facing right now. And just, keep that in mind. It's not just it's real. It's real. You're going to know somebody. Eventually, you will know somebody from a region that is targeted. I mean, you can just think about from, me and my family's from Iraq, but you also know how complicated it is when our family members support MAGA. Like, this is why it's so complicated, is to say, like, our family is from these places, like our family is from these places. And then there's like a deviation in how we support our communities, right? So just keep that all in mind today as we talk about stuff. Like, we're really talking about real people, like truly like real living people with hobbies and interests, and they want to live their life just as much as anybody else, and they're no different from us. So with all of that said, I want to show you a really disgusting TikTok to just set into motion how disgusting, more than just bombing a girls' school and killing over 100 children, more than just killing civilians, the culture around the US military, the culture around Americans that makes them feel so entitled to taking people's lives like it's a fucking video game. This isn't a video game. This is real people's lives. So I'm not showing you this to make you angry before we begin. I'm showing this to make you understand why people are so angry on behalf of these people all over the world who have been targeted by American military efforts. Because as much as the US military wants to tell Americans, and I know you can buy into the propaganda that we are like liberating countries or saving people, we are killing people for power, for status, for greed, for, you know, their minerals, for whatever we feel. And like this Trump administration is uniquely vicious in my lifetime in terms of how entitled he feels to go after not just people in the Middle East, in which he feels he can, you know, convince you, oh, like these are terrorists, but to target, you know, Denmark, to target Greenland, to target other people, to target everybody. Okay, so just hold on to your butts as you listen to this military soldier, because he just pissed me off this morning. Are you ready? Here we go. It says, please don't send me to Iran.
I'm going to be honest, I can't go to Iran. I can't deploy to Iran. And it's not because I don't want to. I want to serve my country. It's just that I will be an OPSEC liability in any country filled with pretty caramel-colored women. She's going to be like, what's an op board? And I'm going to be like, it's hard to explain. It'd be easier if I just grab one and show you.
Fire him. Put him in jail. Put him away forever. What? This is what I'm saying. People are literally dying. This is him again.
You don't need to clear that room. Just drop a bomb on it. Fuck that. You're going to waste a $40,000 bomb on a room that might be empty? We're clearing that room. The privates long for the fatal funnel.
He's just gross. Disgusting. And who is he, you may ask? He is literally, okay, setting overseas service members up for financial success with a car they love. He's a car salesman. He does finance shit. His whole page is the most pathetic loser content I've ever seen in my life. And the only joke he can make about the suffering of Iranians is basically a rape joke. That's basically what he made. He basically made an objectifying, I know my country is killing your people, but hey, don't send me to this place where my country, where my servicemen are killing your people because I might want to be sexual with some of the women. Do you understand how gross this is? Chad, is he in the military? As far as he says he is, he says he's in the U.S. Army. He says he's in the U.S. Army. So I don't know. I don't know if this is a LARPer. I don't know, but he should be reprimanded. But the military is infamous for rape, so who knows? Oh, just really gross. Just really gross. And this is why, okay, I want to skip to this. Discord shared this with me this morning, but I want to use that as an example. Justin, Iran warns the United States will no longer be safe. Okay, so here it is, 4 days into the United States and Israel's joint military campaign against Iran, the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps delivered what may be the most alarming statement of the entire conflict, broadcasting on Iranian TV. The enemy should know that their happy days are over and they will no longer be safe anywhere in the world, not even in their homes. Look, obviously, patriarchy is killing everyone, and this is obviously men. And you know I don't support men as a group ever, because men as a group do all of this. And we have to understand why people around the world are so angry with the United States. Imagine that this is how they're talking about your women. Well, you know, your citizens, okay? Well, they're literally bombing your schools and killing hundreds of little girls at schools.
I'm going to be honest, I can't go to Iran. I can't deploy to Iran. And it's not because I don't want to. I want to serve my country. It's just that I will be an OPSEC liability in any country filled with pretty caramel-colored women. She's going to be like, what's an op board? And I'm going to be like, it's hard to explain. It'd be easier if I just grab one and show you.
This was posted 3 days ago. Like, he made this joke after the United States bombed Iran, killed all of those little girls, all of those civilians, and then made this fucking joke. He's disgusting. Now, thank goodness the top rated comment that I can see, at least on this post, is it's his giving essay. So people are pushing back. This is genuinely scary and unsettling. Okay. But when I say a lot of soldiers are like this is what, then I'm unpatriotic. Exactly. It's like, hey, you're literally out here, literally bragging. You know, this isn't funny when you consider what soldiers with similar sentiment have done in the past. That's what I'm saying. Like, Hello? Disgusting. And then you wonder, not only are people being bombed and killed, but they're hearing this is how the US military feels entitled to people. Okay, and then on top of that, look what the HuffPost just put out about Trump. This is crazy. I don't even know what to do with this information. HuffPost puts this out. Okay, says troops being told Trump's been anointed by Jesus to cause Armageddon in Iran. Okay. For some reason, U.S. military commanders, the emerging war in Iran is part of a biblical plan to bring about the end of the world as we know it. According to 10 complaints filed by over 100 service members, the Military Religious Freedom Foundation has received a litany of complaints about religious ideology seeping into military orders since the U.S. and Israel began bombing Iran. Okay, so here it is. One non-commissioned officer reported to the MRFF that a commander told them to tell fellow troops in the war in Iran was all part of God's divine plan. The commander allegedly cited the Book of Revelations and the portions of that section specifically referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Now, you remember when Barack Obama was president, they said he was the fucking Antichrist. Do you guys remember this? And now they're saying, no, the Antichrist is Trump. President Donald Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and make his return to Earth, U.S. military commander. This is insane, bro. This is so crazy. And I will say the one joke I did think was a little funny from this post, and we need a little bit of humor in this, is y'all calm down. The Antichrist is supposed to be likable, which is pretty funny, and yet doesn't help me feel calm. Not that I think he's the Antichrist, because I don't believe in the concept, but the idea is that it's so interesting to me how Christians, how people who say they're so afraid of Satan, so afraid of evil, turn to the most evil man in the world and backed him. He's so fucking evil, Trump. Trump is so fucking evil. And genuinely, even I knew when I was a little kid that he was an evil person, but I did not think even he was this evil, watching him on doing his little cameos in Sex and the City and Home Alone. Like, I didn't even think about it as a kid. But the adults around me knew, because my dad always hated Donald Trump. And the fact that he has backed Donald Trump, voted for him 3 times, is so outrageous. The fact that my father is from Iraq. My parents are born in Iraq. And then they come to this country and build a life for themselves. But then they turn around, you know what I mean? And look, I haven't talked to my parents since November, so I'm not getting exactly like the one-to-one, how do you feel about everything? But from my siblings' reports, because I am getting reports, they're basically like, it is what it is. Like, he's still the better of 2 evils. Ugh. Okay, now let's watch Democracy Now! Shout out to Democracy Now! Talk about the school that was bombed, the Iranian school of girls. It's devastating footage, just absolutely devastating. Here we go.
Saturday morning, one of the first strikes of the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran hit a girls' school in Manab in southern Iran. The death toll is now at least 175, most of them primary school girls. On Tuesday, thousands of people...
I need to tell you something, because I don't know if you know this. Okay, I don't know if you know this, right? There is a sentiment from certain Americans that when men, fathers in these countries mourn the death of their daughters, it's less of a mourn because they say, oh, they're Muslim, they're so patriarchal, they're so misogynistic, because the Christians in America don't view themselves that way, even though they're literally the same. And they do think that the men who are mourning their daughters are less sad over their daughter's death because they say, like, they don't care about girls as much. I need you to understand, this is a part of a dehumanization propaganda, just framework that people buy into. Now, I don't think every single person who believes this is as evilly intentioned as the people who push the propaganda, but it's the fact that we have to understand that it is propaganda to make you think that other people don't mourn their kids the way you mourn yours. They literally believe, Americans are taught that when their kids die, it is more real than when other people's kids die. They really truly believe this. Like, and this is I don't even know how to start deconstructing this propaganda that they've believed, but it is why, like, our military soldiers can go to, Iraq, whatever, and shoot children there and say, oh, they're trained to be terrorists from a young age. But when American school shooters shoot up all these schools, Americans go like, You know what I mean? Oh, they're not like little local terrorists. Like they're not like little. It's a very purposeful decision by the U.S. military to convince us that their children are less than our kids. And then I think it is a part of what's created us to be so blind to school shooters, because we want to believe, even though there's so many, that like it's just a fluke. So it's a fluke when American kids shoot people with guns, but when other people's kids shoot people with guns, they're terrorists and they're trained that way from birth. It's very evil. And it stems 100% from patriarchy, bro. 100%. Okay.
Filled the streets of Manab for a mass funeral. The girls' ages range from 7 to 12. Iran's school week runs from Saturday to Thursday.
This is them. I think these are the coffins, from my understanding. These are the coffins.
When the missile hit the school on Saturday morning, the girls were in their morning session. After the strike, parents searched for their children among the dead.
Oh, Habibi.
This is her math book, Mohana Sari, first grade. This is her folder with her schoolwork, her homework here. What wrong has she done? Her color pencil box is still in her bag.
While Iran blamed Israel for the attack, neither Israel nor the United States has taken responsibility for the bombing. On Tuesday, the United Nations Human Rights Office urged the forces behind the attack on the girls' school to investigate.
In Iran, the Iran Red Crescent Society reports put the death toll at 787. In the single deadliest and devastating incident, dozens of girls were reportedly killed and injured when their primary school in Minab, in the south of the country, was struck during the school day. The High Commissioner calls for a prompt, impartial, and thorough investigation into the circumstances of the attack. The onus is on the forces that carried out the attack to investigate it. We call on them to make public the findings and to ensure accountability and redress for the victims.
For more, we're joined by investigative reporter Nilu Tabrizi.
I don't know if they're going to show it, so I'm just going to show it to you right now so you have a concept. This is from The Hindu. When I watch the news, I do try to watch, like, the YouTube really has everybody. Like, you can watch news from Africa, you can watch news from Turkey, you can watch news from everywhere around the world. Like, you just watch news from everybody. I've been watching a lot of Korean news talking about the US. Like, you can go and watch how they talk about things. So I really recommend it, right? This is just a visual of the graves being dug for the girls. This is from Reuters. They're sharing from Reuters from the Hindu. It's just so awful. Like, just building graves, just having to, like, so first you're attacked and then they still have to, you know, it's just really horrible. Like, all of these people, every single individual person is just as valuable as you or me. Like, they're not any different. But America sees this, like, Americans see this and they just see like a sea of nothing. They don't understand every individual person is a person, okay? These are real people. So these are the coffins. It's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. Okay, back to Democracy Now!
She's worked extensively with open source material to report on Iran for the Washington Post and the New York Times. She's been tracking what she calls the information wars online over the school bombing. Her recent piece for New Lines magazine is headlined, "Investigation Debunks Claims IRGC Bombed Iranian School." She joins us now in studio. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Nilu. Explain exactly what you understand took place. And it's really hard right now with the internet almost totally turned off in Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, we're not necessarily able to get in touch with eyewitnesses or, friends and families of the young girls who were killed, but we were able to verify the video. So there was one video that I saw probably around 6:30 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday, and I was able to verify that and know that the video that we saw that showed at least, half of the structure was hit, 2 stories were torn down. The scene was really graphic. I saw things like a small child's hand in the rubble, bloodstained backpacks, homework scattered everywhere. And so when I see scenes like that, it's important to verify and know that it's from the current moment. So I was able to do that. And then once I found the locations of the school itself, just being able to map, some of the features we saw in the video with satellite imagery, I wanted to understand what was around there. Minab is a small town in the southern Hormozgan province. I was trying to understand why the school was struck. What I saw and what many others online saw as well is that it was close to an IRGC Navy barracks.
And explain what the IRGC is.
The IRGC is the Revolutionary Guard. So there was an IRGC, Navy barracks around there. And I wanted to, understand, is this an issue of wrong targeting? Once I looked at satellite imagery, it was clear that for years ago, it used to be part of, it looked like it was very close to the base, part of the base. As far back as 2016, it was completely walled off. There was a separation between that school and the IRGC Navy barracks. And as well, the walls of the school were painted with these bright murals. So obviously, if I can see as an open source investigator that as far back as, 8 years ago, these brightly colored walls are visible, I know that this is not part of an IRGC base, and so should anybody that's adding this to a target list.
You've reported that the pro-Pahlavi monarchy accounts have been spreading a narrative that this was a failed IRGC rocket. And explain what these forces are.
Yes. So right now I think people are trying to co-opt a narrative or, put forth what's happening that feels convenient to the story that they want to push and the goals that they have. And right now it seems that any reporting on civilian casualties becomes a flashpoint. And there was one quite prominent user on X that tweeted out and said that actually the Iranian state already took responsibility for the strike. So we started to look at that claim. The channel that they put forward was not an Iranian state official channel. It was a Telegram channel that's a pro-monarchy channel. So you can understand, okay, where this type of misinformation is starting to spread.
Talk about the response on the ground, this mass funeral that took place in Minab, and how the media is covering this around the world.
Yeah, I think Chad just said it really well. I'm so tired of kids paying the highest price for our failures. It really is and this is why people are begging for the matriarchy perspective, not opposite of patriarchy, but the matriarchy perspective of children first, because we don't make children first. We really don't. If we reformed all of society to focus on children first, life first, the sanctity of life, raising a baby well, making sure they're fed and clothed and taken care of. It wasn't about what the adults were getting. It's about what the kids are getting, right? Because we have to understand the reason so many kids are neglected in systems is because anytime, if the parents just make it always about themselves. If you've ever talked about your parent, about your childhood, it's always about them. And I understand they are someone's kids, but they are no longer children, hopefully, by the time they have us. And so them targeting children, then us not focusing on children, us not thinking about kids is the biggest problem here that I see. And it's hard because there's so many ways to talk about everything that's happening, but I cannot stop just seeing the patriarchy of it all. The men, the groups of men, just structures of male dominance and male entitlement coming at the expense of everybody fucking else, including men. But all I keep seeing is the patriarchy of it all. And because how would this happen outside of patriarchy? How would this happen if we had a different system? How would this happen if we deconstructed this need for power and greed at the expense of everybody else? This can only occur because of the entitlement of the Trump administration, which is patriarchal, the entitlement of men around the world as a globe. I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of it, but also we have to radically accept it's always going to happen. It's always going to be this. But this is why I say be prepared for the world to be exactly the same, because it cannot change unless we change. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. And right now, the world globally, it just values patriarchy. It just so heavily buys into the propaganda. All genders, we have to deconstruct. And so we can't stop deconstructing just because the world won't. But the world will slowly head in a direction, hopefully.
World.
Yeah, I mean, many journalists were quite horrified to see an attack like this, right? The death toll is up to 175 people, many of them young schoolgirls. And right now, I think people are trying to verify imagery of this. So there were some claims saying, oh, this aerial imagery showing, the small graves that were dug comes from, a different image in Pakistan. Well, there's been a lot of great reporting, some by BBC, some by the New York Times, that have verified this aerial imagery and said that, no, indeed, this is of the current moment. This is for these funerals as well. So this is an incident that many of us are looking at because it absolutely demands accountability.
There's the one.
And what has the U.S. and Iran said?
The U.S. said that it was looking into this incident, and Iran has said this was on the fault of Israel. This is what happens in an air campaign, and we're still trying to figure that out. So as it stands, we need more information. Either we need remnants of the weapons that was used from the scene. We haven't been able to obtain that. Or another visual clue that would be helpful is to see the moment of impact. So if we saw the missile hit, we could maybe look at the angle where it comes from and get more information. So we still don't know exactly who did what. Some of the claims coming out as well, just about the general operation, have said that Israel is mostly responsible for Tehran, Western Iran strikes, and that the southern Iran strikes are being done by the U.S., which is why some reporters have gone to the U.S. and asked for answers.
UNESCO says the killing of pupils in a place dedicated to learning constitutes a grave violation of the protection afforded to schools under international humanitarian law. Nilu.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not, a school for young girls is absolutely not a viable, nor is it a legal target, especially as we're trying to still understand the aims of this type of operation. It doesn't seem a legitimate target based on the information that we know at all. And it really calls in, it highlights that no matter if there's an air campaign, whether the objectives are understood or not, that civilians will always pay the price in these types of conflicts. And right now, it's the young girls in Minab.
I want to thank you, Nilu, for being with us and ask you a final question. What most surprised you about this horrific attack?
I was surprised to see that people were trying to doubt it immediately or saying that just because there's civilian casualties, that's an Islamic Republic talking point. No, these deaths happened. They're important for us to investigate, and all of us should be interrogating what happened.
And can I ask you,
See, what did I just tell you? What did I just tell you?
To doubt it immediately or saying that just because there's civilian casualties, that's an Islamic Republic talking point. No, these deaths happened. They're important for us to investigate, and all of us should be interrogating what happened.
There's a propaganda in the U.S. that exists that says, like, when their people suffer, it's not real, but when our people suffer, it's the most important. Okay? This isn't quite unique to America, but it is heavily American at the same time. Like, it is very American. So be very careful about what information you are getting and from who about what is happening in the world, because again, we really are the Fire Nation right now. And if you know anything about Avatar, which you should join the Discord if you don't, because we are definitely deconstructing every episode for exactly this reason. The Fire Nation might have civilians that are innocent and that are brainwashed, and the government itself is absolutely genociding the planet, right? It is absolutely using great lore about the greatness of the country, patriotism, to commit just atrocity after atrocity. And so you have to be very careful about the things that you're hearing. This doesn't justify killing civilians, right? It doesn't justify Iran coming in or bin Laden coming in during the Iraq War and saying Americans deserve to die. There is something greater here, but that is a patriarchal response to oppression. So patriarchal responses to oppression is murder everybody, because that's how men under patriarchy are taught to win. They're taught kill everybody, even other people's kids. So reminder, the U.S. isn't innocent of this. The U.S. is more than happy to kill other people's children. And that's why you can't exactly be very upset that other people want to come in and kill your children. And you should be upset that anybody's killing anybody's children. You know what I mean? And that's the problem is, again, the children. We are not focusing on the lives of the kids. We are just focusing on winning as adults. And I'm saying, what's the point of winning if it comes at the expense of all of these children? What is the point of any of this? And there's no point but power and greed. And I'm saying enough is enough. But of course, I say that in spirit because, what are they going to do? Oh, Bernie Simon said enough is enough. I guess we'll stop.
Ask you were with the Washington Post. We all know that the Washington Post has gutted its staff, laid off a third of the staff, almost the entire Middle East division. You should be doing this for the Washington Post. So what's happening without coverage?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to continue reporting this for the Post. That's not what's happening right now. I'm seeing my colleagues that I deeply respect that are still there, scrambling and trying to cover this important moment, but they're not getting voices from inside Iran. And understandably, connectivity is really difficult right now. That's why you need reporters like myself, like my colleague Yegane, who is the bureau chief for Iran based in Turkey. That's why this reporting is deeply important in this moment.
Well, thank you for doing it. Nilu Tabrizi, author, investigative journalist.
Damn. Okay, Democracy Now! Shout out to Democracy Now! I'm going to link them, guys, if you want to watch them to get your news. They have a progressive leaning reporting style, and also I just find them to be less biased in a particular direction. Okay, I want to go to CNN. Hopefully they don't get copyrighted. Talking about sort of the U.S. government using memes to get people on board with this. We talked yesterday about us civilians and us regular people using memes as a way to cope, but this is different. This is the U.S. government using memes to get people on board with this just atrocity because it's funny to them. Like, they're making it funny. So boys on the internet especially are being brainwashed, and they want to believe that the memification of it makes it sort of okay. So that's what this is about.
Is the White House striking the right tone when it comes to its war with Iran?
Hello? Why is this only coming out of my left ear? Is it only coming out of people's left ear?
Watch this.
Here's one of the examples, courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Okay, so it was a video
White House
game.
Twitter account posted that Call of Duty style clip promoting its war effort. And then there's the video the Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Scavino, shared featuring Marco Rubio and a Pitbull song.
I assume it's muted for copyright, so a Pitbull song playing. So, like, do you see that? They're like memeing from the official websites.
The videos.
Those are
from
real
the White
people's
House
lives. Like, they are showing really, like, people dying as if it's funny.
Scavino have sparked a debate whether the administration is making light of a war that has claimed the lives of 6 U.S. service members already and hundreds of people in Iran, and tragically including over 100 children in a strike that still hasn't been determined who was responsible for it. But this is part of a broader...
What do you mean who was responsible for it? How many options do we have for who's responsible for it? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many, who? What do you mean who's responsible for it? When did this come out? 10 hours ago. What do you mean who's responsible for it? What does it even mean?
strategy of the White House to memify everything. I just wonder, are there limits to this, even when we're talking about war and peace?
Yeah, so I'm kind of two different minds, because on the one hand, I don't like these kinds of videos. I do think it makes light of something that's incredibly serious, but I also think at the same time they're trying to show what it is they're doing, because I think they fear that they're losing some support amongst younger Americans, particularly younger men online, who are seeing some of the opposite messaging going out there, the Douglas McGregors of the world, who are pretending that somehow we're losing this and it's a total catastrophe for the United States. And so I think that there's a little bit of an information war going on that they're trying to compete with. I think this is raising a lot of attention for what it is they're doing. And we may not like the tactic, and I don't particularly like the tactic, but I understand what it is they're trying to do.
It's interesting, because I mean, I actually wonder if maybe that might have the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Because if you are a young person and you're worried about being dragged into war, the White House essentially making light of it is not necessarily reassuring. And then President Trump, he gave an interview with Time Magazine, and he was asked about what are the risks of the United States being retaliated against, and he says, it's a possibility, I guess, he says, but I think that they're worried about that all the time. He essentially was downplaying it. He says, we plan for it, but yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die.
Can I just say, this is wrong. It is wrong. This is not a debate about these videos. It is, they look awful. It's an ugly image to present to the world. It's callous. It's careless. It is macho in a way that is gross. People are dying. Real people are dying. Businesses across the region have been disrupted. You look at people who live in the Gulf countries who did nothing, who were begging America not to go to war, whose lives have been disrupted. These are hubs that connect the entire world. I mean, and I'll remind you all, the way in which we're talking about war here
Let me play this
is
clip.
not right.
Hold on, let me play this clip for you. We
The
watched this
lives
yesterday.
of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
See how when we watched Shrek, we knew who the bad guy was? You know what I mean? You see when you watch a movie and you're like, oh yeah, I know who the bad guy is. It's weird that you exist in real life and you don't know who the bad guy is. Can you not tell? That's why I say, guys, to be a whole human being, you have to know who you are in the story. Because if you don't like who you realize you are, you better change. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. You have to radically accept who you are in the story in order to change. Trump is literally the bad guy. It is so obvious he's the bad guy.
Right. This is not how wars are meant to be fought. I'll remind you all, they were talking to each other.
Pause. What do you mean this is not how wars are meant to be fought? Wars are not meant to be fought. We are not meant to fight wars. We fight wars. We're not meant to fight wars. We're not inherently meant to. There's no guiding force. Even this idea, even for men to say, there's a right way to fight wars. There are no right ways to fight wars. We should not be fighting wars.
Iran and the United States were talking to each other, and then the United States attacked. In the middle
Because
of
they weren't
talks.
serious with this
That's not
conversation.
true.
Let's
They
not
weren't. The
pretend that we
president
were
was
having
mediating
a
the
serious
talks.
conversation
You don't know
between
that. You're
both
just saying
sides.
that.
Okay, Chad, this is kind of a deviation, but I agree with you. You said, Brittany, this is like when everyone was making jokes about the Fenty lean. Like, what are we joking about? That I agree with you. I said that to my partner the other day. I was like, I'm sick of seeing people make fun of like severely addicted people on the streets. I'm so sick of it. And I do not find any of that shit funny. So when people are like, oh, we're gonna like, I know a lot of people were memeing America, like, oh, we're gonna do like Americans do. And it just showed like addiction. I don't think that shit is funny. And I think like it's deeply unsympathetic and lacking compassion. I don't like that shit.
Sorry, you're the one who's just saying that.
I know, because I can back it up with facts.
But you're not backing it up with
Okay,
facts.
so the Omani foreign minister, did you mediate the talks? No.
We have had
the Omani
decades
foreign minister
of
mediated the talks,
failed
and he said Iran
conversations
was going to
between
give up
both
its
sides.
weapons.
It seems very clear that Iran was not all of a sudden.
One thing at a time. Look, let's just take the first point. This is a war, okay?
Yeah, there's
people
nothing more
are
serious.
dying. There is nothing more serious. And underlying this whole conversation about the broader issue with Iran, who we know is a bad actor and has been for 47 years, is who gets to decide when American blood and treasure is put on the line. And this administration seems insistent that the only person who does get to decide is the president, as long as they don't call it a war sometimes.
Can I just say one more quick thing here? Iran may or may not be a bad actor, but
They are a bad actor.
In using
they are a bad actor.
But so, okay,
it's not they may or may
so
not be
is-
a bad
so
actor.
is North
They are a
Korea.
bad actor.
You
And I
want to
do
take
think
out
it's
North Korea
important.
as well?
I think it's
You
important.
can't just
Do
use-
we think North
it's more
Korea is a good
complex.
actor, or do we think they're a bad actor?
So
It is
would
fair
you
to
propose a
argue.
war in North
It
Korea?
is-
Are you talking about North Korea, the government, or the fucking civilians who you killed? We're talking about 100 little girls dead, bro. Are they the bad actors? Are the children the bad actors? What? Don't play stupid, bro.
It's fair to have a discussion on what you do when dealing with bad actors.
Okay,
But it is
society-
not a discussion
This
at
is
this
not a
point for any
discussion.
serious
They
person
went
to say
to
that
war.
Iran might be a good actor.
I didn't say it might be a good actor.
Well, they might be or they might not.
It's a
Fine.
nuanced, complex society.
You said to discuss what we're going to do.
And this is how they dehumanize whole populations of people. This is how they do it. This is Bin Laden's letter to the people said Americans are complicit in the destruction of the Middle East, so they must go too. This is how America tells us North Korea, so the people are complicit. Iran, so the people are complicit. Stop. Stop. Okay? Most people around the world don't want to fucking do this. Most boys I talk to do not want to fucking fight your wars. And so, like, again, we have to remember that this really is our lives are being played by these men who do not give a fuck. And that's why Trump will say, some of you are going to have to die. And that's a risk I'm willing to take. This isn't funny. This is why young boys, especially who claim they're conservative or think they're Trumpers, you need to understand he will let you die. He will literally see you dead and not fucking give a fuck about you, bro. When are you going to realize it? When are you going to fucking, what do the kids say? Jump out of that matrix, baby. And like understand this guy doesn't give a fuck about you, bro. He doesn't
The
care.
lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Okay, like you have to accept he is more than happy to see you die. 19 years old, 21 years old, he does not care, bro.
I think what you're talking about is there really needs to be more of a leveling with the American people. Yes, they talked about the threat by Iran, but what are our objectives? What is the end game? What is the sacrifice that Americans might be facing?
And look, Chet says, and yet we're so implicit. Look, all of us engage in the evil of the universe. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. We are not exempt. Even though most of us don't want to even engage in these things, we do by the people we vote for, the way we show up in the world, the way we talk about women, the way we push patriarchal religions, the way we exist on the planet, the way we believe that we're the only people with the right answers and everybody else is wrong, the pipeline of predators to Christianity. Like it's us as a humanity. The women who marry and date these men, all of us are complicit, okay? Which is why we have to understand that the world is the way it is because we are the way we are, but we don't have to be just this way. If we do the work, the world can look like a very different place. So it is possible, but is it probable? Well, that depends on the participants. You know, it depends on the participants.
Whether in blood, treasure, economy, safety, terrorism. And I think what we're seeing with these videos and with Pete Hegseth kind of comparing it to a football game and, this frat boy culture, this bro culture, it's disrespectful to the families. And there is nothing more serious than a country at war. And I just wish that this wasn't so glib. I think the seriousness of the moment is not, there's a sensitivity here that we need to be all together on, if not united about the war itself, but about our safety, about our troops, and I don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, let me say, I mean, I also find some of these things distasteful. I don't find them a good thing. But we have to separate what is public kind of rhetoric or public signaling or media from the actual strategic decisions that are being taken by the United States. As someone who witnessed now 25 years of what I believe were, from the American side, extraordinary patience, extraordinary, you could say, almost magnanimity towards the Iranians. So much so that I just simply could not believe that the Americans were, my government and the Americans were actually sitting down and negotiating with the government that had imprisoned me and killed many people. But you can look at it this way very charitably. You could say that from 2003, 2004, when Iran's clandestine cheating on building a nuclear weapon was exposed to the world, the United States and Europe and so forth have gone bent backwards to try to get some kind of negotiated deal. What happened with President Obama, I'll just say this very quickly, and I was in the State Department in the 2000s when we implored the Bush administration not to restrict the engagement with Iran simply to the nuclear file. What happened with President Obama is that, for better or worse, and I'm not going to litigate that here, he decided that given the four big problems that have always been on American objectives with Iran, that is enrichment, ballistic missiles, proxies, and democracy inside Iran, that he would put all the last three aside and focus only on the nuclear deal. Now, I'm not going to say that was good or bad. I don't think it was a great idea, but what we have seen, and this is also maybe controversial, and I think a lot of my liberal friends are going to hate me for this.
Don't point to me.
But, okay, I know. I didn't point to me. Is that, unfortunately, you can draw a straight line from the 2015 nuclear deal to October 7th. Iran.
I'd love to hear that from some administration officials. That leveling with the American people, what you're saying, these thoughtful comments.
Well, I think that what the Trump administration
we do have to go to a break here.
Okay.
Okay, that's the end of that clip. Okay, CNN. Let me go here. This is CNN again. But this comedian, you probably saw him on TikTok. He's a Syrian American, Nasser. He's stuck right now. And I just thought it was interesting to see this perspective as well of Americans who are stuck trying to get home.
You think this is Aladdin? The airports are closed. The airspace is closed. You couldn't tell me this last week? You're messing with me. Leave now. When? Where? What? Who?
Some hopeful news for the thousands of Americans stuck in the Middle East. The State Department says a charter flight full of U.S. citizens has left the region tonight, adding that...
Like, I want you to put this into perspective, okay? Just zoom out. So people will say, oh, they're making it so dangerous for U.S. citizens in these countries. Like, it's so dangerous to be a U.S. citizen in these countries. Who made it dangerous to be a U.S. citizen in these countries? Who made it dangerous? Why is it dangerous all of a sudden? Why were people who are vacationing and chilling, all of a sudden it's dangerous for them right now? Who is the reason that they are in danger? Who put U.S. citizens in danger? Okay? Second, how do you think other people feel when they come to the U.S. and they're protesting their Free Palestine and they're getting arrested being students in America? Okay, how do you think that looks? But who made it unsafe for Americans to be in these places?
More flights are on the way. This comes just days after Americans were urged to leave the Middle East immediately. Those Americans who need help getting out have been advised to call the 24/7 State Department hotline at 1-202-501-4444. But as recently as yesterday, people calling that number heard this message telling them, well, you're on your own.
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points.
Now, to be clear, that message has since been changed, and Americans in need of help are still advised to call that number. But the incident has only added to the anxiety of those people who are still stuck overseas. My next guest, though, is turning to levity to try to get through it all.
America just put out a statement that if you're an American in the Middle East, you need to leave now, ASAP. I'm in the Middle East right now. Tell me, please, how am I supposed to leave? Huh? You want me to hop on a magic carpet and get back home? You think this is Aladdin? The airports are closed. The airspace is closed. You couldn't tell me this last week? You're messing with me. Leave now. When? Where? What? Who? Wow. No, honestly, if I could do a magic carpet, I'd leave. If you have information, which you might, tell me how to turn this carpet and I'll whole new world back to California.
That comedian Nasser Al Reyes joins me now from Dubai. Nasser, I mean, you have been in Dubai for over a week. I understand you go there every year during Ramadan to visit family and friends, but can you tell me at what point did it become clear that you wouldn't be able to leave?
It was very clear around like 4 p.m. Saturday that when I heard the first explosion in the air, I was like, I called my mom, Mom, I'm not coming home. And she was not happy to hear that, to say the least.
I'm sure she wasn't. I mean, we've kind of walked through this journey with you. You actually recorded your experience calling that hotline just yesterday. I want to play that moment for people.
Do you know what happened when I called the number?
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United
Honestly, bro, his ability to laugh is almost crazy because honestly, I almost feel like crying.
States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information.
What the does that mean? Am I in a Hunger Games movie now and I didn't choose to be in it? Huh? What do you mean I have to figure it out? You put me in this situation.
I mean, I have to smile because the way you present it makes me do it. I got to tell you, but I take it you're not thrilled with how they have handled this. I mean, have you been able to get in contact with them since?
No, honestly, after hearing that message once, the trauma that you get and the gaslight feeling that you have, you kind of just don't want to pick up the phone ever again. I used to have some stress and anxiety from the explosions and the interceptions out here over the head, but now I have more stress and anxiety towards how the U.S. government really is not caring about American citizens. It's not a pleasant feeling when you call the hotline and says you're on your own. And so I'm not sure what to do at this point. My mom is calling me almost every 2 hours, wanting me to come back home, but I'm doing all right. I'm safe.
His poor mom,
Which is
bro.
the most important thing.
It is. I mean, I know that we're learning that charter flights facilitated by the U.S., they have begun evacuating citizens. The State Department says there are more on their way, but they wouldn't commit or comment on when these flights would take off, citing, of course, security concerns. Have you been given any indication on a timeline or any kind of timeline of how soon you might be able to return home?
If you've heard something, please, Laura, let me know, because I have heard nothing. And the situation at this point is that I watch the news and I'm being gaslit by the press secretary of the United States saying it's my fault that I'm in this situation, when honestly the actions of the government put me in this situation. And now there's no information at all about when there's going to be a charter flight. I'm consistently looking on Twitter or X, whatever they call it, to see if there's information, but there's not anything that I've heard so far. I've literally had to book, I think I booked like 6 flights, and they've all gotten canceled around 4 hours before I get to the airport. And so I'm not really sure what to do, but I'm doing fine. I was walking on the beach today. I saw a proposal, which ladies, it shows that if a man wanted to, he would, even during a war.
That's pretty funny. I appreciate I'm going to cry laugh. I'm going to cry laugh.
So I'm enjoying my time as much as possible. Someone got married. We're doing okay.
I love that you can find this silver lining because I can imagine how stressful and scary it has been for so many people who are still stuck. But of course, you are doing what you do best in finding humor. How have you been able to find the humor in these moments?
You know, it's as a comedian, it's my job. I'm immediately inclined to think of humorous situations in very tough situations, how I was raised, and there's nothing else I could do. I'm gonna stare at a wall and just, try to like be very somber about my situation. I gotta, make light of it. It's the only way I can cope through it, to be honest with you. It's not a pleasant experience to hear explosions. I'm a privileged kid in California. I haven't had to live this. My family left Syria, in order for me not to hear these things. And now I came back and my mom's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's not your fault. It's the government's fault.
It is the government's
so you gotta
fault.
use humor, you're being tested in different ways. I was praying in the mosque the other night and I literally heard an interception overhead. And I get scared, and then the uncle next to me breathes his onion-infested breath into me. I'm like, God's just testing me in different ways, and you got to make a joke out of it. It's the only thing you can do, because if you sit there and sulk, it's only going to get worse.
Well, Nasser's mom, as one mom to another, I agree with you. Stop laughing, Nasser. Also, we want you home. Thank you so much.
Please get me home.
No, seriously, please get him home. Oh. It's like watching your little bro. It's literally like watching your cousin. Oh. Okay. Israel has also used this opportunity to go after Lebanon, which is so sad.
Lebanon's southern coast and Lebanon's capital city. This war with Iran is now firmly a war with Hezbollah, too. More than 70 dead since Monday, according to the health ministry. Israel maintains Iran's proxy is the target of the airstrikes. But wary civilians in Beirut are caught in the way.
I'm angry with Hezbollah and Israel and Iran, but Hezbollah more, you know why? Because they are Lebanese, they are hurting us, they are hurting our homes, our children.
Desperate to avoid being dragged deeper into war, Lebanon's army banned Hezbollah military activity, is arresting militants. But will that matter? Hezbollah's leader vowing to battle what he called Israeli-American aggression. We will not surrender. We will defend ourselves with our capabilities and our faith, Naim Qassam said, no matter the sacrifices. So, escalation. The Israel Defense Forces releasing footage of its troops fighting inside Lebanon and issuing new warnings to residents of southern Lebanon. You must leave. Go north of the Litani River is the IDF order in Arabic. Warnings heeded. People are on the move with no sense of what is coming, whether the warnings mean a ground invasion is next. Across the border, northern Israel is now squarely under attack from both Hezbollah and Iran. And some are worryingly used to the threats.
And it's a problem. You don't run to the shelter, and it's not good.
So you're almost afraid because you're not afraid enough?
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah.
This is Sagalit Bar, a medic, constantly on the move now, bothered by how accustomed she is to danger.
So there's an alert that went out this morning.
We wanted to talk about those warnings from the IDF when the war barged into the conversation.
What does this tell you is about to happen?
We have come to my house, please.
So experienced, she heard the rockets before the sirens. The safe room is her daughter's bedroom.
This is what happens all the time. You go outside, you start to think that everything is okay because quiet, and you get and if you have something like that, it means that it's come from Lebanon, not from Iran.
Because there was no time to alert you on the phone.
Yeah.
So how many minutes do you get from when you hear a siren? How many seconds are you talking about?
Not 30 seconds.
Imagine the speed of these dangers and the speed of this war spread. Everything about this moment is shockingly fast.
Ugh.
So let's go live to Beirut now. Zaina Hodder is there. And Zaina, first up, could you just give us a kind of countrywide overview of the shape of things as the Israeli assault continues?
Yes, the Israeli military campaign continues. In the past hour or so, we saw 2 strikes come in targeting Beirut's southern suburbs. It was a violent night, more than a dozen strikes targeting the cluster of neighborhoods, which are really now empty of residents, following that unprecedented Israeli evacuation order. A short while ago, there was a strike in the southern city of Sidon, which is not considered to be a Hezbollah stronghold, but an apartment was targeted, and we understand an official from the Palestinian movement, Hamas, was killed. Now, these strikes are continuing, whether it's in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa, Lebanon's prime minister appealing for international assistance, saying, quote, Lebanon is facing a dangerous moment and the situation is grave with a humanitarian disaster looming. He's also saying that diplomatic efforts are continuing to try to put an end to this ongoing confrontation. Hezbollah remaining defiant. They're continuing to launch attacks across the border, not just across the border, but they're continuing to target Israeli troops, which are operating inside Lebanon along the border. So you see, this conflict is only escalating. We saw people sleeping in the streets as we drive around the capital. There aren't enough shelters. The government now is opening stadiums. And the prime minister also indirectly, again, criticizing Hezbollah for drawing this country into a conflict it did not want. So also political tensions are growing. Now we're focusing on that evacuation order here in Beirut, where hundreds of thousands of people left. But there's also an evacuation order for an area south of the Litani until the Israeli border, and it includes South Lebanon's second largest city, Tyre. We're making our way to the southern city of Tyre. In the early hours of Thursday morning, the Israeli army issued yet another warning for people to leave areas south of the Litani River. As you can see, as we drive through the streets, traffic is very thin, shops are closed. People are worried, especially since there's no end in sight to this latest confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah. Human rights groups have criticized the Israeli army's evacuation order, saying forcing an entire population to leave their homes violates the rules of war. South of the Litani River to the border, this is 8% of Lebanese territory, and hundreds of thousands of people live in this area. The city has already come under attack. Israeli airstrikes targeting what it calls Hezbollah's military infrastructure. We are in the center of the city of Tyre. It was also repeatedly targeted during the last confrontation in late 2024. Attacks like this cause further displacement, destruction. Many people have still not recovered from the last conflict. Many homes, many buildings still lay in ruins. The country is cash-strapped. The government has not been able to help the people. People are poor. Israeli strikes also targeted electricity generators in the city. People here are telling us this is part of a strategy to make the city unlivable and to force people to leave. The Israeli military also targeted Qard al-Hassan branches. This is a financial institution affiliated with Hezbollah. The Israeli military really has been targeting anyone and anything related to Hezbollah. But as you can see, widespread destruction. This used to be a commercial district. So much damage. It is obvious that many have left this southern city. There are still those who have chosen to stay. The question is, for how long? Zena Khader, Al Jazeera, Tyre, Southern Lebanon.
Devastating, just absolutely devastating. And, you know, I think the hardest part of it is that it's hard because you know people, right? You know, I have Lebanese friends. I have people. Now we know that Anthony's there from Do Not Worry podcast. And that's so, like, it's really real people are going to be impacted. This isn't a joke. And so Israel's coming out and saying they want to make Lebanon, Gaza, they want to make it unlivable. Look at how she reported it. They want to make it inhabitable. They want to take away these people's homes, right? They want to absolutely make it impossible for people to live in a place where they have connections and culture. Remember that the governments that are doing this, they're coming to take away your tie to culture. This is why, as much as I do rant and rave about tradition needing to be modernized, the tie to tradition is culture. The tie to family is culture. The tie to all of this is pride. And what they do is they hit you in this very sensitive place, right? They take away your ties to the land. They take away your ties to your home. And then you're displaced. Okay, and that's what American colonizers did. That's what they did when they enslaved Black people. They took away their tie to anything before and stripped them of their humanity and then blamed them for the way that things look current day. It's disgusting and it's deliberate and it's on purpose, okay? They sit in boardrooms every day and figure out ways to tear families apart. That's their whole life. Their whole life is, how do I fuck everybody else over? How do I ruin their lives? How do I take away their children? How do I take away their right to reproduce? How do I take away their right to maintain culture? They take it away. They sit there. That's their whole job. It's just so gross, you know? Yeah, chat says they're trying to destroy their identity by fracturing their connection to culture. Absolutely. Absolutely they are. Red Song, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, just in case this gets demonetized and because you deserve it. I appreciate that. I really do. Okay, with that said, I want to kind of transition out and I want to utilize just this clip on media that I think is so important. The reason art is political, the reason life can feel very political, and I know this is a philosophy channel, and I know you exist outside of these constructs. You exist outside of how America sees you. You exist outside of how people see you. I also want to explain how media ties into our relationship with these things. So I didn't know this about Miyazaki, but I found this content creator today. I really liked his videos today. And he talks about how Howl's Moving Castle, I guess, was inspired by the Iraq War, which I didn't realize. Because I knew Miyazaki, he's so political. Everything he does is political. Every movie you watch from Ghibli is political. And you can kind of you can see where it's coming from. But I saw this and I thought it might be a nice transition to the next topic today.
People are aware that Howl's Moving Castle was deeply shaped by the US invasion of Iraq. Back in 2003, director Hayao Miyazaki had stated that he didn't personally accept his Academy Award for Spirited Away because he, quote, didn't want to visit a country that was bombing Iraq. He was deeply enraged, and because he had just started working on Howl's Moving Castle at the time, a lot of the movie's messaging is profoundly affected by the war in Iraq, and that shows in the product. Unlike Princess Mononoke, which explores the nuance to why the characters on each side approach conflict, Howl's takes a more blanket approach with a simplistic message that all war is bad, with the only explanation given for the conflict being that there's a missing prince. The character Howl is an extreme pacifist that ignores the king's call of duty and tries to effect the war on both sides on his own terms, but we can see that even participating in the conflict in this good-natured way slowly makes Howl lose his humanity and succumb to his crow monster form. Scholar Andrew Osmond's analysis comments that Howl's anti-war stance is presented as nihilism with no alternative as he fights both sides and becomes the greatest terror of all, and points that this is also a limitation of masculinity. masculinity. I believe he notes this mainly because war efforts typically tap into masculine ideals like sense of duty, honor, strength, and justice to inspire soldiers to participate in conflict. The destructive nature of war and bombings also takes the forefront in this film, as we see Sophie's hometown needlessly destroyed, sailors glorified in being sent off only to return in a ruined vessel, and how the warships interrupt the beautiful settings that the characters partake in. The battleships and their metallic industrial design also seem to contrast Hal's steampunk castle ran on organic magic to further distance Hal from conflict and instead to associate him with the beauty of nature and his compassionate personality. The film speaks so much through its characters, imagery, and story to create a perfect reflection of Studio Ghibli's anti-war stance that they've held on to for so many years. And it's so crazy how relevant it is today, even more years later.
I think a lot of the part about Howl's Moving Castle that's so interesting too is like how fearful he is, right? How nihilistic he is, how he's constantly in turmoil. But I think that's the problem, is that if you move off fear, you will become the thing that you're afraid of. And that's what Howl became, right? He really was fear motivated. And that's why I say don't do anything because you're afraid. And it's interesting the way the US government weaponizes your fear to convince you that killing children makes perfect sense. Okay? And this is why they fight so hard about abortion, by the way, because even though I do believe that there's a question about life and living creatures, it goes from plant life all the way to non-human animal life. The reason they're so focused on aborted babies and not anything else is because they weaponize it against you. So you're the evil one for caring about 5-year-olds in Iraq or Iran or Lebanon. And they're the good people because they don't care about those kids. They care about the children in the wombs of Black women in America. It's also why they weaponize Blackness, right? And that's what it is that's so evil. And you know it's evil. Can we not just, this is what I'm saying. The more you deconstruct, the more you really introspect and extrospect about the world, you do become more compassionate. You do become really good at case-by-case basis trying to mitigate harm. Because, you know, it's not that you're perfect with it, but it's so obvious to me that a 10-week fetus is not comparable to a 2-year-old child. And the fact that they're trying to play the game that it's comparable, and you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you would have to be in such a privileged, healthcare accessible, specific situation for us to even be talking about them being the same, you know? And so the fact is that they weaponize their rhetoric, their pro-life rhetoric, their Jesus-led rhetoric, their Trump is, you know, leading Armageddon, you know, to liberate people through the name of Jesus Christ. Like, my mom did say that to me. She goes, maybe Trump is going to work with Russia to liberate Russia because Mother Mary. So in the story of Fatima, Mother Mary gave basically a prediction to the children. And she said to the children that basically, like, and I may be butchering this, but when communism is liberated, when like Russia is liberated, it will be like the signs of the times, and it will bring the world. Because remember, they want a Catholic world. You know how Christians always talk about the fear of Muslims? Because like, oh, they want everyone to be a Muslim. You want everyone to be Catholic. You want everyone to be Christian. But they convince you Muslims are scary when they have a religious run government. Muslims are scary when they want everyone to be, you know, they call them reverts, not converts. You know, oh, that's so scary. Like, hello? And that's what they do. They make you feel terrified because you don't know Quran, you don't know Muslims, you don't know hijab, you don't know none of these things. So they use that against you because you don't know it. And when you don't know it, you're afraid. You are afraid. And that's why I say don't do anything because you're afraid. And see why you're afraid. Ask yourself, why am I afraid of this? And then ask yourself, like, what are you afraid of? Because the more you know, the less afraid you will be. And the more you learn, 1 billion people are Muslim. 1 billion people. Don't you think they could have if they wanted to? 1 billion? You know what I'm saying? Relax. Okay? And that's not even me. You know how I feel about patriarchal religions. But the point is that fear tactic is absolutely the reason people buy into the propaganda. And I'm saying free yourselves from U.S. propaganda. Free yourselves from U.S. propaganda and hold the world accountable globally, because these fucking men, man, these fucking men, okay? These fucking men. So entitled. So entitled. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Okay, let's give ourselves a 2-minute break because, girl, that was a lot for me. I didn't think I was going to cry that bad. But then he started making jokes. And, like, when people humor their ways through bad situations, it makes me sad. And so, okay, I'm going to need a 2-minute break. Oh. I'll be back. All right, we're back. Okay. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. I'm so sorry. We have to watch a really disgusting TikTok. I'm so sorry. we're going to watch a really gross TikTok about Jeffrey Epstein, and then we'll move into some philosophy stuff for a real switcheroo, okay? If you guys like the music, this is Elvin. She's an artist. She is a YouTuber, and she's on Spotify. Links in the description. Elvin is her name. She's really talented. Anyways, so, you know, when there's a victim in especially a sexual assault case, one of the ways that victims will be believed and it will use to confirm their story is the details about the body of the perpetrator. So maybe a birthmark or the shape of a genital or some variation of like hands or tattoos or something like that. So this is ABC News is reporting one of the interviews with one of the Epstein interviews. Just watch.
We had been litigating against Epstein on behalf of one of my clients. He was being allowed out during days, so we noticed Epstein for deposition. Could you please give us your name? Jeffrey Epstein. So I wanted him to realize I didn't care who he was, what his power was, what his status was. I was going to ask him the most embarrassing possible thing I could. Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis? He hears me ask the question. Watch him look at his lawyers like, can you believe he's asking me this?
I'm going to give you the first warning, Mr. Cuban.
I had been the first lawyer to ask him any questions in the cases that had been filed. One witness described your penis as oval-shaped, thin and small towards the head portion. See, he's angry. He's ready to walk out the door, and then he sees that the attorneys are going to talk.
That serves no other purpose other than embarrass Mr. Epstein. It's just totally unethical. It's improper.
The purpose of that question is, how could a 14-year-old know what his private part looked like? That question was directly relevant to the claims in the case.
The deposition is terminated at this point. Okay, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Okay.
That's it.
Are you all here, Jeff?
Shortest deposition I've ever taken.
Ever.
Ever.
Wow. So he probably is feeling pretty confident at this point that he's gotten away with this.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, he had done his deal, and now he was just getting through the civil cases, thinking that it was all over and all done.
And I just think, like, I saw that for the first time yesterday or this morning, I don't remember. And I was just thinking, man, like, you know, how arrogant of these men to sit here and lie, to sit here and pretend like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. And this is about a 13-year-old girl, a little girl, a little 13-year-old. Having to even know what this man's penis looks like is disgusting. Just fucking gross, okay? All right, let's switch over to Carl Sagan versus Dennis Prager. This is an oldie, and I love watching old stuff as a reminder that we are still having the same conversations and will always be having the same conversations forever. That's why philosophy, no matter how old it is, it's really just the same conversations over and over again. And that's why I love philosophy, because I never get sick of having these conversations.
Are you an atheist? What do you mean by atheist? One who believes that there is no God. What do you mean?
Wait, right when Carl Sagan asks, like, what do you mean by atheist? I was like, Jordan Peterson?
I have to ask you a question then. Sure. Are you an atheist? What do you mean by atheist?
What do you mean by atheist? What does that even mean?
One who believes that there is no God. What do you mean by God?
What do you mean by God?
Exactly. A creator who...
I wonder if that's where Jordan got his little shtick. But to be fair, I do it too. My partner calls me Jordan Peterson when I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Because I'm not actually trying to get you in a gotcha. I'm just trying to understand how you use the word.
With intelligence, who is aware of his creation.
This is a scientific question. Was the universe created, or was it always here? Mm-hmm. And the only way to answer this is through science. We don't have the answer yet.
So where do you think the evidence leads? You look at a baby born and you say, Mother Nature is amazing, or there might be a God.
I've had...
That's okay. My dad and I, remember, my dad loves space. He's like a big space guy. And we'll be sitting watching a documentary about space. And I'm like, whoa, the universe is amazing. He's like, God is so amazing. And we both just look at each other like, and he's like, isn't this proof God exists? I was like, I mean, it's proof that the universe is real. I don't know if it's a proof that God exists. He's like, how could this exist, Betty, without God? I was like, well, it exists. So, because we can see it. So then the question is, why does it exist? But it doesn't prove that God is real. Every conversation with my family.
5, and I think it's great, and I never had for a moment the thought God intervened to make this baby. Let me ask you a question about that, by the way. If God is omnipotent and omniscient,
yes,
why is it necessary for God to be meddling in the universe after he made it? Why didn't he make it right in the first place so it would go in the direction he wanted?
Because there would be no need for us then. If the world were perfect, then we could not exist because...
Okay, but hear me out. I wonder if we think this because much like when you play Power World, it would be kind of not as fun if there was absolutely like no challenge to it. So you create your base, you create your world, you specifically pick like the perfect team to combat the perfect boss and everything. The fun of the game is the grind. And maybe what they're saying is they're projecting a human perspective onto God as if to say God himself would be much like a human and he too would want to grind, hustle, if you will, invest in crypto, maybe have a coin. That's the problem with human beings. We project our perspective. We make our perspective the universal and then we push it on too. And that's the problem. We don't know what God would be like. But according to Christians, they say God made us in his image. So then, of course, it's going to turn around and make us feel like, oh, if God is made in if we're made in God's image, then God must be similar to us. But how is God similar to us and yet we are nothing like God? They say if you knew a pinky of what God knew, if you even understood the fingertip, a fingernail of what God knew about the universe, it would blow your brain. You know what I mean? So it is interesting, human beings, we do this. We just make it about us, like we are at the center of the universe for real. But maybe that's why we made up a God. We created the myth of a God because it helps us center our universe.
We could have no freedom of choice to do bad. We couldn't choose anything imperfect.
This is a very egocentric point of view. That the point of the world is so that we will do good or bad.
That's right.
Now, let me tell you a
Without
fact.
humanity, I don't think there's a point to the universe.
Let me now argue about that.
Did you guys ever do the Oculus? I would sit in the Oculus. I would get really fucking stoned. And I'd go into the Oculus and I would lay on the carpet in my room or sit down on the floor. And I would go to like the really pretty nature areas. Okay. The animation wasn't like the fanciest, but it was fun. And it would make me feel really, really like, I feel like this is what life is supposed to be. Like, in some ways, I think life is supposed to be sitting on a grassy knoll watching the sunset. Like, I think all human beings would benefit from being like picnic dwellers, like picnic, you know what I mean? Like, I think like there would be something, there feels like something true. That's why I think we fantasize about Miyazaki landscapes. Because in some ways, I think we do. Now, obviously, and we still have to eat, and we probably get cold in the winter, and we probably need some sunscreen. And so we'd have to start putting things in place, which is why society happens. Like, I think that's the problem is like, I do think in an ideal world, we'd all be, but the problem is like, if we do that, then what we get is off-grid hippies who don't vaccinate their children. And that's a big problem. Like, you can't just live out in the wild and say, we're not going to do anything about disease or starvation or anything else. And then the problem is that we start building systems and then some people take advantage and then those people, and then there's other people who are greedy. And then it's like one thing after another. And then the greediest and the most selfish, they rise to the power because they're willing to do shit other people aren't willing to do in a bad way, negative, derogatory. Okay. And then the rest of us are like, hey, what are you doing? You're fucking everything up. And it's like, no, well, I worked for this labor and then now I have to be compensated and I'm just not doing it for shits and giggles. And I'm like, I remember one time they talked about a community garden they tried to do in a city once where they made a community garden and anyone could come and eat anything they wanted. And within like a few weeks or something, I don't remember how true this story is, so just forgive me. Within a few weeks or so, someone came and just took everything from everywhere. Like people overtook. And I think that's cultural. I think everything we do is humans' nature, but we can have a deeper relationship with that nature. And I really believe if you raised people to not overconsume and to not overeat, that wouldn't happen. But you raised people to steal. Like you raised people to take. You raised people to say, you might not get it. It's like we raised a whole population with scarcity mindset and then expected them to be like, oh, is this free? Should I take it? Like I see TikToks all the times from people who are like, I put this on my sidewalk and I said, free, take what you want. And they took the bin. And I was like, well, you should have been, look, with peace and love, you should have probably been more explicit about like, don't take the bin. But also like human being, like they're not that smart. So you got to kind of explain it like they're 5. Because they're just gonna be like, okay, take it, it's free. Why would they take things, like you put a bin out there, it feels like you're saying just pick up the bin and take it. But then for other people, it's like, no, that's obviously not what she meant. I get it, but it's easy for the miscommunication to happen as well. And so we kind of have to realize that the reason, it's funny though, because the reason conservatives hate this idea of sharing is they're like, but not everyone's gonna share, so I'm gonna hoard. So you're right, not everyone is gonna share, and that everyone is you. Are you the one you're talking about? Now, I understand not everyone is going to share, but that's why we teach kids to share. We raise children to share. And when you don't share, you're like, hey, you have to share. And so it's interesting to see the time when we go from learning to share in kindergarten to the point of adulthood where we stop sharing. What happened to that lesson we learned in school to share?
A lot of people like that idea, right? It's satisfying. No, wait. Let me make a remark. It's satisfying. We're at the center. We're important. We're the reason the universe was made. Feels good, right? Now, let's think of where we are. We live on a tiny world in a solar system which has about 70 or 80 big worlds going around the sun, which is an obscure star in an obscure spiral arm of a humdrum galaxy that contains 400 billion stars, and this Milky Way galaxy is one of about 100 billion galaxies. Now imagine that number of places, and in this obscure galaxy, in that tiny star, that little planet, those guys think they're the center of the universe. It's hilarious.
I have to ask you a question then.
Sure.
Are you
Now, obviously, that I hope you hear Carl Sagan say that and not dive into the nihilism of like nothing matters, we're on a floating rock in space, and say to yourself, wow, what an amazing reality that I get to exist and I get to be here and I get to experience life and I'm not alone. There's animals and trees and rocks and bees and we get to all share this collectively. Like what an amazing experience. And then to acknowledge like what we've decided to do with it. That's why I say we are a reflection of the whole. We cannot be both innocent and participatory. We are both. No one is innocent, but we're innocent. We're not guilty in all things. So it's both, right? Hold on, let me see here. Okay, let me show you this from Britt Hartley about nihilism.
Most of you guys, even those who follow me, really think that I'm being unnecessarily emo about this nihilism stuff, and it's not as big of a problem as I'm saying it is. And that's because most people, even those who are not religious, are not consciously nihilistic. The vast majority of people don't even know what nihilism is. Here's an article just from last week, just talking about some basic nihilism Nietzsche stuff. My argument is that nihilism affects us so much more than articles like this will ever allude to. A great example of this is terror management theory, which are the studies that show how much our brain is working to compartmentalize death and we're not really conscious of all that it's doing. So for example, if I remind you in the morning that you're going to die, you will find yourself sitting closer to the people who are like you in your in-group. You will find yourself shopping more. If you're a lawyer, you're going to give harsher sentences. And this is because you symbolically live on through the law, which is something transcendent and bigger than you. And all of that you will have no awareness of. Nihilism is kind of like that. The fear of meaninglessness, the fear of really being alone in the universe, the fear of no objective truth, no objective morality, no objective meaning, the fear that there is no God, the fear that we just don't know what's going on here, the fear of there not being any justice ever is kind of like this brimming pressure on the edge of consciousness that most people are just not consciously aware of, but it is very much affecting our behavior. And I think nihilism, or the threat of nihilism in this subconscious space, is kind of a driver for how Christianity moved from being a theological religion in America to being a political religion. 20 years ago, we were debating theology. We were debating whose baptism is the correct baptism and the most biblical form of baptism, and we were doing theology. We no longer do any of that now. And a lot of that is because theology lost a lot of ground. In those new atheism debates, they lost a lot of ground that it's obvious that you should believe in God, and if you do, that it's obvious that your religion is the true one. And subconsciously, that created such ontological insecurity that we started to grasp stronger onto politics. Because our nervous system still needed meaning and moral clarity and identity and a tribe and a story. And if God as the cosmic guaranteer weakens, then something else rushes into that vacuum, which for us was politics. So when our faith in the transcendent weakens, politics become total. And this is why political religion is starting to feel and actually be more and more religious. It's the anchor that we were looking for when that God anchor started to be less firm ground to stand on. So the breakdown of our institutions, the breakdown of our stories, the breakdown of God and religions as being this sure thing that we used to feel like it was, is actually affecting behavior more than people realize. You just don't know it because you don't look at your existential fears.
And this plays into this idea that like we have to know we're bigger than politics and know that we're also dictated by it. Like you really are just an organism existing into the universe brought about by other organisms. And then the organisms you're experiencing existence. Now, on Monday, we're going to talk about consciousness and look for the scientific perspective because science is still figuring out what consciousness is. I also got a comment from someone who felt like I was being reductive and connecting the brain to the hand and not understanding that like they insinuated that I believed in like a ghost that lived inside people. That's not what I'm insinuating. But I also think it's very arrogant to think we know what consciousness is when we don't know what consciousness is. So we'll talk about that Monday because CNN, I think it was CNN, just did an interview about consciousness again, an update. We're still figuring out. We don't know much about the brain. We still don't know much about life. So people who have already decided, oh, we are our brains, that has not been scientifically proven. You have no reason to believe that. Or you have no reason to know that. So you like sitting there and saying like, oh, we already know. No, we don't. We don't know yet what consciousness is or like how it came to be. All we have is our relationship to what we call consciousness. And so I have my version, you have your version. I'm explaining it, we're sharing it, we're figuring it out, but we don't know. So, just to say like, oh, Brittany's being reductive, to say that, we're more than just we have no evidence. Okay, we have some evidence for some people that feel like it's good enough. I'm not satisfied. Okay, especially since we know like energy gets recycled. We know like there's so much that goes into this. Now, again, religious people created the concept of a soul, I think, to represent something that was very real, the consciousness. But what is that thing? What's the thing that makes you, you, right? It's not your hand and it's not your brain. Because we don't have, we intuitively, I think, and through the way that human beings have come up with stories to explain ourselves, right? Like, it seems to be there's something more. Now, maybe it's a ghost inside your body. Or maybe it's something else to explain it, but data will show us eventually. We will know eventually what it is. Maybe not us. We'll probably be dead. But somebody somewhere on this timeline will have figured out what it is and what it means to even be here. And the fact that we exist in the first place, like what the fuck is that about? And like all of the other things, it will start to make clearer sense as we continue to research. But we have to research. We have to research. Okay. Brace yourself for Nick Fuentes.
Breaking point.
My friend sent this to me and she's like, the fuck? And I was like, the fuck?
This has to be the breaking point. This is the breaking point for the GOP coalition. You buried the Epstein files. There is no border wall. You didn't deliver on mass deportations. You cut corporate tax rates for the rich by cutting Medicaid again. No infrastructure bill, no middle class tax cuts. You got to refund the tariffs. And now we're in a regime change war with Iran. That's the breaking point. I'm out. I'm done. I am off the Trump train. I am not voting in 26. If Rubio or Vance are on the ticket in any form in 28, I'm voting for a Democrat.
What? Somebody in the chat said, Nick Fuentes, I don't agree with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes agrees with me. And I was like, I don't know what's happening, but he can go fuck himself, okay? I don't know what that was about. I don't even know what's happening. I feel like I'm fucking taking crazy pills over here. Whatever, bro, okay? Now, I came across this channel that's brand new, and I just kind of want to watch it and explore with you. Tell me if we hate it or love it. Becoming radicalized, Democrats will not save us. This is Facts and Cam Jones. It looks like they're doing a collaboration. So I'm not sure. See, okay, I don't like this new YouTube feature. I actually fucking hate it because I don't know whose channel is whose. And hold on, and I don't know, like, it's a good idea, but it's also kind of a bad idea. I guess it's his main channel and his side channel, but it's too confusing for me. I'm not used to it yet. I've decided I hate it. With that said, let's watch this.
I was thinking recently and realized that I never had a white friend.
Have we watched this gentleman before? Actually, now that I look at him, wait. See, which channel should I click on? Is it this one? Is it this one? Wait, do we know him? Who cares? Let's watch.
Not one, like as long as I can remember. I'm talking childhood, adolescence, adulthood.
Wait, let's rewind it. I got distracted.
I was thinking recently and realized that I never had a white friend. Not one, like as long as I can remember. I'm talking childhood, adolescence, adulthood. It doesn't even make sense that I haven't. I was raised around them in every phase of my life. I'm an Air Force kid, lived in Great Britain in middle school, and all over the US as a child, like more states than I can actually remember. So the constant moving and the fact that I don't really have a city I feel attached to as a hometown might be relevant, but I don't really see how. I've had white acquaintances and people I'm fond of at work. It just never progressed to something real. For my whole life, I was raised with a brother who that doesn't apply to. He's had friends or buddies. White people prefer the word buddy for some reason, of all races. And I want to be clear that I'm not knocking them for that or implying that it's a bad thing for some reason. We're just different. In college, we split in very different directions. We went to different colleges. And my direction was extremely black, despite the fact that I went to a PWI. Luckily, that PWI was in the middle of Atlanta, so it made it easy. I pledged a historically black fraternity, which I famously denounced last year in the most popular independently produced video on the topic, while he pledged a mixed race engineering fraternity. I'd say that on the whole, he made the better decision there. Naturally, the fact that I'm a black YouTube American with a substantial and rapidly growing audience means most of that audience has to be white by default. If that applies to you, I'm glad you're here. And I don't hate you. I gotta be clear about that, especially on here, since people will try to twist my words. I brought up my relationship to whiteness as a metaphor. I recently watched a stream by FD where he was talking about the concept of a class traitor. And that's essentially,
I was just going to say FD talks about when he can tell too many white people are watching, you know what I mean? He changes the content.
what I've started to feel like. Somebody who came from a majority white environment growing up with, enough black people to solidify my identity, but ultimately turns into somebody who distances themselves from those concepts of whiteness and what that says about your blackness. In short, I'm radicalized. The discomfort, frustration, and annoyance I feel around white people sometimes has little to do with the merits of an individual white person. Y'all are an amorphous group of European immigrant colonists who use your one homogenous feature, your skin color, as an identifier that helps maintain one of the two pillars the United States has been built on, white supremacy, with the other one being capitalism. All that being said, I was raised in primarily white schools, primarily white neighborhoods, and worked in almost entirely white companies for my entire life. I never felt comfortable enough to go to happy hours or hang out after work or try to genuinely forge friendships with y'all due to the microaggressions and collective ignorance I felt every day. A specific incident I recall from one of my many digital advertising agency jobs in my late 20s helps put this into perspective. My supervisor and all the coworkers on my team were white, and we had meetings every week about strategy, metrics, and anything else that matters when you're trying to get thousands of people to buy shit. Sometimes there'd be an icebreaker, right? One of these meetings started with a 90s quiz. My supervisor was real proud of it. She designed it herself. The slideshow was on screen when I walked in the conference room, and the first thing I noticed was all the little cartoon characters used to represent the 90s. White people in 90s attire, a figure similar to Bill Clinton playing the sax, a Nintendo 64, Doug, all acceptable avatars from my childhood. One of them stood out to me though. an abstract black cartoon of a blood gang member throwing up the signature hand sign. Before one of y'all suggests it was a bad attempt at putting Tupac on there, I wasn't confused.
That nigga's a blood.
She starts asking us milquetoast-ass questions like details about the cast of Friends, a truly unfunny sitcom, by the way. And the whole time I'm just sitting here like, did this motherfucker really put a blood on the title screen? As if that wasn't enough, not a single aspect of black culture made it into that slideshow. Out of like 10 questions, I think the only black character that made the cut was Lisa Turtle from Saved by the Bell.
Love
so I guess
Lisa.
the Fresh Prince, Martin, Living Single, Family Matters, Static Shock, Green Lantern, every rapper, every R&B artist, and every other pop culture moment we created simply didn't
Did he say not even Fresh Prince was up there? That's
exist. Y'all might think I'm putting too much weight on a silly quiz, but I guarantee you, that speaks to your privilege, not my exaggeration. Beyond the microaggressions, the most annoying part of having to deal with white people in every aspect of public life in America is that they don't even have to consider us. We're not even a part of their decision-making process. That's a microcosm of what it's like being black in a white supremacist country. Even the non-racist, mostly liberal whites you end up working with in major cities end up doing racist shit as a joke or due to stereotypes they wouldn't even be able to identify if you pressed them on it. We're an inconvenient afterthought to them. My point is that everyone with my background, mostly suburban, fully integrated with white people for decades, usually turns out roughly the same as far as their politics. Black capitalist respectability that emphasizes assimilation and cooperation with white power structures. In other terms, the Oprah Cosby pipeline. In terms younger generations can more easily grasp, the Beyonce Tyler Perry pipeline. I'm not supposed to challenge the Democrat Party. I'm supposed to help fund them, stand behind them, and serve up my audience to serve their commercial and political ends. I'm not supposed to bring up the fact that even the Democrats we agree with on certain big ticket issues like immigration, abortion access, and civil rights for queer people also take hundreds of thousands in AIPAC funding while watering down a genocide, or supporting the oil and gas industry's devastation of our natural resources, or big tech's devastation.
Oh my God, over my podcast channel, I always say that coconut quote because it's just so good. Like, you didn't just zap into existence. I should start saying that though, because people think I'm like a big Kamala fan. And the people are like, oh no, not the Kamala quote. And I can't tell if they're conservatives or progressives because I can't tell. But I don't want to signal that like I support Kamala's genocidal support of Israel. So then I was like, maybe I should stop saying her quote, even though it's really good, her mom's quote, and just start saying you didn't just zap into existence. Because that's what it means. You know what I mean? That's what the quote means. But I was like, uh-oh, am I signaling like to the wrong community? Like, things to think about.
Of our natural resources. Let me take y'all behind the scenes. When I get access to interview a politician, I'm supposed to ask pre-screened questions. And if I don't submit those questions to get them approved beforehand, they won't talk to me. I got a specific story for this too. Last year, I was approached by a political agency I work with on some of my videos. They were gonna fly me out to DC to have a conversation with Hakeem Jeffries, who has served as minority leader of the House for a few years now. If y'all know anything about Jeffries, I'm sure a bunch of aggressive questions popped into your head, like, what the hell is the plan to fight all this authoritarianism? Why is your party so cozy with Israel? When are y'all gonna stop suppressing the rapidly growing leftist factions of your party? You know, fun shit like that. I was like, look, I'm an investigative journalist. I'm gonna have some hard questions for him. So if he's open to that, let's do it. I did not hear back. Not even saying I fully learned my lesson that time. I still went on to accept an opportunity to discuss the history of cooperation between the Black and Jewish communities with Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. and Avi Dresner last year. An interview that I later realized was a setup from the outset to co-opt my audience into chilling out about the ongoing genocide in Gaza. We were contractually obligated to drop it in Black History Month, which is pretty flagrant. This is the byproduct of the intersection of capitalism, Black respectability politics, and art. In my opinion, that intersection always results in compromises, and there are no exceptions. I don't have a desire to interrupt my stories to sell y'all shit. I don't want to have to cleverly design a question about a genocide to reference the Holocaust instead of just saying the word genocide on camera. I don't want to smile and nod at things I don't necessarily agree with, depending on my fact-checking afterwards to catch all the bullshit. Every move I've made in my YouTube journey has been a straight line towards a greater amount of ownership and control over the things I make. And even though I've made mistakes and stumbled at times, I'm closer to that now than I ever have been. I want to interview people with real freedom, not a facade of freedom dictated by clients' agendas and an algorithm that knows me for scammer exposés. That's what led me to create this entire channel, a place where facts take precedence, just like the deep dive series on my main channel. This sounds like an outro, but it's more like a slight detour. I got more shit to get off my chest. Grade school never taught me about the radical leftist politics of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It definitely never brought up the deep nuances within the rapidly evolving ideologies of Malcolm X towards the end of his life. Kwame Ture, Fred Hampton, Assata Shakur, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton, none of these people were even footnotes in grade school. Even my African-American history course in college didn't really expose me to any real radical figures or revolutionary political ideas. Could I have sought that information out myself? Of course I could have, but nothing told me it was necessary. You can survive and thrive in America without understanding anything about the revolutionary Black tradition.
Okay, listen, but expand this out. You can thrive in America without knowing anything. Almost anything. I'm telling you right now, the amount of people I know making 6 figures, living a great life with their kids in neighborhoods that work for them, who don't know absolutely anything that's happening in the world. They just do not know. And they will die not knowing, and their kids will die not knowing, and everyone will die not knowing. And this is why I say you have to understand that in some ways, it's almost like, I mean, we really all do live in bubbles, all of us. Wait, who was I watching? Hold on, pause. I was watching Dr. K talk about how, like, when you get on the internet, you think you know everything about everything, but you only know the thing that you're being given. And like you start to believe this is the only thing that exists. And there's disadvantages and advantages to that, right? In some ways, we can't actually know everything that's going on in the world. Our brain would explode, which goes into that saying, if you knew everything God knew, your brain would explode. And yet, also, we want to make sure we know enough to say, you know, to have some idea of how to raise our kids into the future. So in some ways, like, you have to pick and choose like how isolated you want to be and how you want to be exposed to everything, because it is like really a stress on the body, and stress kills. So also, like, do we want our children, do we want everyone exposed to this thing? But also, you don't want to be like, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. You don't want to be Ba Sing Se, but you also maybe just want to like chill for a second. But also, what does that mean? Because everyone's kind of isolated. Like Katara and Sokka were isolated in the beginning of the series. They had the war come to them, but it's not like they were going out there. Their father was. Their mother died in the war. But there's some level of isolation in that. They only leave after Avatar comes, right? After Aang comes. So like but they're not Ba Sing Se. They're aware of the war. They talk about the war. They talk about the impact of the war. So you want to be more like Sokka and Katara in the beginning of the series, if anything, where your kids are at least somewhat safe away from it. And also acknowledge that like everyone has to like do something. But the do something looks different for everybody. So, you know, there's always that thing you have to realize. And that's what's so upsetting about living in the world, or not living in the world, but maybe just being friends and family with people that aren't paying attention to the things that are important to you. Because in some ways you would think they would somewhat pay attention because it's important to you. And yet we can't all basically, like, we can't really do this in the same detail. Like sometimes with my friends, I notice I'll be like, okay, tell me what's happening in your bubble. And they're like, okay, so this is everything that's happening in my bubble. Here's how the government's impacting it. Here's how the people are acting. Here's how everyone's disadvantaged. Here's how we're getting funding. And I'm like, cool. Here's what's happening in my bubble. We're doing this and this and this. Like, we are not in the same bubbles, but at least we're telling each other about it. I don't need them to join mine, and I don't need to join theirs, but just to be aware of it. Just to say, hey, what's happening in your life? What's happening in because they're engaging in, we're all engaging in our own, and ultimately they will have overlap, you know? So it's very interesting compared to people who like, you know, they don't have, you know, I think the biggest disadvantage is either knowing nothing and your life is still not good. Like, I would rather know everything, but at least my life is good, or I'd rather know nothing, but my life is good. I think the worst thing is knowing nothing and your life sucks. Bro, what? Worst of both worlds. Come on now. Introspection, extrospection. So maybe you're really introspective, but you're not extrospecting, right? Maybe you really understand yourself and you're isolated on a mountain and you're a monk, but you're like having the best life. Or maybe you're engaging with your introspection, extrospection, and you're vibing in both, but you understand the balance. Or maybe you're really, really involved in culture and society and you're doing okay for your community, but you're kind of failing yourself. But ultimately you're kind of like making it work and you're going to die and it's going to be like what it is. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's like, it is what it is. It's like, it's an interesting like back and forth between like the me that is me and the you that is you. And like, even like chat was saying earlier that like, oh, the elites don't care about me. Newsflash, nobody cares about you. They don't know you. Like, that's the other part. The elites are just people with money and power. They're not special and they're not unique. They are your neighbors. They are your priests. They are your teachers. If any of those people in your community had the same amount of money and status, not any, many, they would be the same thing. They don't care about you. We don't care about each other. And that is clear by the state of the world. We care about getting home and doing our thing. And this is a global phenomenon, right? We care about our own problems, which is fair, but like we don't care about each other. Because if we did, we'd wake up every day and do something about it. But we can't because you're tired, right? You're too stressed. Life is too hard. You can't pay for groceries. But that's the whole point. Life was never easy, and it certainly was going to be now. Guys, there's no time in the past when life was better. There's no time in history when life was better. Now sit with that. Sit with that and realize like, oh my God, I am living in the best time. This is the best time. There was no perfect 90s. This is it. This is still the best time to be alive. And then do with that what you will, but you can do a lot with that. But this really is the best time to be alive. And that's crazy. But we got to stop fantasizing about this mythical past that existed that was like so perfect and so great for who? Who was it great for? Nobody. Nobody.
You can make money as a YouTuber without engaging in anything that challenges moderate Democrats on anything worth discussing. I've made 6 figures a year for the past 2 years, with most of that coming from YouTube. There was a 6-month period where I went back to a full-time job, but since then, I've been rolling pretty smoothly. There's a direct line from my viewers' support, your support, to that revenue. There's also a significant portion of it that came from political agencies that allowed me to travel to DC and elsewhere, get time with politicians, and get real answers to some of my pressing questions. I made sure I only agreed to projects I was passionate about. Maternal mortality, insider trading, trans rights.
Oh, we watched him interview people. I think that's how we know him.
And fighting the Trump administration's agenda. I still stand by all of that work, but there's a couple of things that have always haunted me. First happened last year, when I linked up with over a dozen of the short form content creators y'all might recognize from Instagram and TikTok.
Okay, I recognize so far one of them, and I don't love him that much. And I don't think you guys know I'm bad with faces, but I don't think I know anybody else. To be fair, it's hard to know people in photos versus their videos. Sometimes I'm better at recognizing them in their videos. I don't know. I only recognize one of them, and it's because I really don't like him.
In a content house over the course of 2 days here in Atlanta. Not only was I the only long-form filmmaker in the room.
Oh, okay. I recognize this one too. I don't like him either. I don't like him either.
There was a clear difference between my place on the political spectrum and theirs. There was a Kamala cutout.
You're on me.
Campaign buttons, hats, and we even attended a Kamala rally with a bunch of black entertainers there. Since it was Michelle Obama behind it, they couldn't really explicitly mention who they were supporting, but it was pretty obvious. I never felt comfortable endorsing Kamala publicly. Even though I knew I had to vote for her if the alternative was enabling another Trump term, I still couldn't bring myself to rock the hats. Of course, that happened anyway, as far as her losing, but her vapid response to the genocide in Palestine and open support of the Biden administration's pro-Israel policies, just as an example, were unacceptable.
Her opinions on trans people, her opinions, I mean, she just... Ugh.
Like, I can't rock your merch when you're just more of the same shit I disliked from Obama's administration, bruh. Realizing I couldn't openly support the Democrat Party anymore was a pivotal moment. Second thing that haunts me is best summed up by one of y'all's comments. Before creating this channel, I asked y'all if I should keep making political content at all. One response basically said that they were drawn to my scammer exposés because of how blunt, uncompromising, and comedic they were. They said they didn't feel that same bluntness and raw honesty from some of my political work. Hey, when you're right, you're right. And that person was right. I've always pushed the limit of what I can get away with when I'm asking those questions, but I always had to exist within these predefined walls. It's an awkward balance to strike when your career is on the line. It doesn't help that the politicians' aides and support staff are staring at you.
I think, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, because I don't know, like I have to go back and look at his content, his scam content, but sometimes when people make videos on like telling you a story that's like exposing people, and it's not politics per se, but it's kind of like done in a way, or even if it's politics, it's done in a way that's kind of drama, more people will watch because it feels, and I've been trying to perfect this myself with the way that I tell stories online. The best way for me personally, Brittany, to consume content about serious topics that aren't going to make me feel like, because I'm tired, right? We're tired. I am more likely to consume content about serious topics that's framed more like drama because it feels less like I have to listen, but I listen harder for some reason. Now, I watch serious content that's very heavy, it's very detailed, it's very this, but I really struggle to like sit through those things. Like I have to really get ready. It's like I'm taking notes and I like it. Don't get me wrong. I listen to a lot of philosophy podcasts by myself that I know for a fact would not hit on stream, right? And I think unless you have a special interest in something, it's going to be much harder. And that's why politics isn't generally anyone's favorite topic. It's not certainly as much as we feel like we're consumed with it. Regular Americans, majority of Americans, just like, I don't want to talk about politics, man. I think both guys suck. Like, I don't want to talk about it. So sometimes I think to get a wider audience, you know, it might be easier to almost make content like that. And then it allows you to go harder because you can go really hard with drama content and people will eat it up. Yes. Oh my God. You can go so hard. So you can almost share your opinion more with drama content than like political content that's made for because politics is so serious. I mean, look, we just watched CNN. We just watched them fight on, we're talking about Iran being hit by the US and we're talking about kids dying and you're fighting like, stop, you know, because it's serious. So then it's like, okay, so sometimes it's easier almost to make it like drama, like the US did it again, murdered children, like that will make people go, oh shit. And so it is interesting, like this game we have to play, you know. Chestnut, I think that's why Hasan is so popular. Definitely. Like, I think he's really good at turning politics into drama. But I also think that's why I don't think he's serious about his work. And also, I can't blame him because I don't know what else to do, but that is him. You know what I mean? That's why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. Yeah, the reason Asmongold is considered one of the top political streamers, I can't believe it. This is just, we're in cuckoo land. Okay? We're just a fucking cuckoo land. You know what I mean? Like, but that's us. That's not elites and that's not billionaires and politicians. That's us. We did that. And I wish we could stop blaming ourselves. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying, hey, why do you think that is? Do you think we have free will? Do you think we can't help it? Do you think we need the drama? Do you think that's why Trump became president? Hey, what if we can't fix this? What if I told you you can't fix this? Like, what if I really get you to understand, like, you're never going to fix this? Nothing is going to change. Is that enough for you to give in and be a worse person? Or is that motivation for you to say, like, I'm going to do it anyways? Because I kind of hope you should just do it anyways. Just like Britt Hartley, just like I do it anyways. Better to do the right thing and die than throw it all in and do the wrong thing and then wonder why nothing changes. And yet it won't change just because you did it.
How you talk to this person. In my continuing effort to self-reflect as my collective audience gets bigger and bigger across these channels, I have opportunities every day to reevaluate the approach I'm taking towards getting my message out.
See, okay, can I just say this? Hasan could never make one of these videos. Hasan could never be this serious to save his life. He could never be this serious. And that's why he'll always be more popular. But I really like this video. I like how serious he's taking it. I trust him. I want to see where he's going to go. I want to be like, yeah, I'm interested to see where he's going to be in 5 to 10 years. Like he might have some ideas. Versus I watch Hasan and I'm like, there's no ideas here. There's nothing here. It's fun, but there's nothing here. There's nothing here.
Experimented along this journey. My first approach in interviews was to keep it cordial and friendly, only pushing back on things I saw as particularly flagrant or incorrect. Next, I adapted to publishing fact-checking videos after the interviews, no matter what tone I took in the interview itself. I'm kind of still there because I genuinely don't enjoy making people uncomfortable in person. But what I hope to do here is to emerge as a filmmaker who puts the entirety of a given issue in front of the viewer, not just the narrow focus requested by the powers that be. The only way we're going to pull that off is if you support, as I'm also committing to 0 corporate ad reads on this channel. I'm depending on your views and engagement to compel politicians and important reps and CEOs and whoever else I talk to appear here and give us the real answers we deserve. Look at this as more than a channel welcome video. It's more like a manifesto. I won't get there overnight, but I'm trying my best to set a new standard for political discourse based on hard facts, not celebrity worship. I'm not going to come out the gate perfect. This is always a work in progress. My first steps will absolutely still be experimentation with new formats. I need y'all to tell me what I can improve. My commitment to you is a promise that I'll listen and adapt as necessary.
Okay.
Power to the people.
Okay, let me get you his channel. So this is his second channel. Okay, so there's Cam James, which is his first channel. And then there's Facts Money, CJ Facts, which is his second channel. So I believe it's this channel. I'll link it. Okay, that's interesting. Well, I'm very curious to see where he'll go with this. Hopefully good places. Honestly, we need it. We definitely need it. Okay, let's take let's watch a little cleanser, then we'll take a break and we'll come back and get into the next two stories I want to tell you about. So, you know, the other day on stream we covered why did we cover Selena Gomez and her boyfriend Benny Blanco? Oh, because he was gross. He was like farting and being gross and he had like dirty ass feet on the couch. Okay. This video came out and I just kept sitting here and I will say it 100 times for you. Money cannot liberate your spirit. Money cannot liberate your spirit. And like the comment section of this video said, okay, Haley, you know what? You win, girl. You win, girl. You win.
Was very, they like that.
Oh, don't make it.
My mom said I was very, they like that.
Oh, don't make it a moment.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I liked it. It made me feel good. I love you so much. My mom said I was.
Look, girl, with peace and love, his foot is dirty. Look how dirty his foot is. That is a dirty foot. Okay, look, you could put toes in your mouth as long as they're clean. You could put a foot in your mouth as long as they're clean. But those are dirty feet. Those are dirty, dirty, dirty feet, bro. Look at those feet. You just know this would pop off on OnlyFans, though. You know all the foot fetishes out there just went crazy. You just know, look at this fucking angle. You know the foot fetishes out there just went, fuck it. They were like, it gotta be my birthday. It's my birthday, and I'll come if I want to. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go, girls. You're welcome. May you be haunted by this. Listen, I'm not gonna judge, really, truly. But like, I'm really not judging. It's not a moral issue. She's not an immoral lady because she kissed a dirty foot. God knows I've put toes in my mouth probably when I shouldn't have. Listen, I've done a lot of things in my days. I'm not going to judge. But also, okay, the feet I put in my mouth were wearing socks at least. But still, even then, they should have been in the shower first. You know what? Listen, we all make mistakes. Okay. Break time. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh my God. All right, I'm back. Okay, pausing in 1, 2, and 3. Oh my God. Okay, this next story. Okay, let's fucking do this. Actually, wait. Let's do this story first, and then we'll do that story, because I think it'll be shorter. We'll go shorter, then we'll go longer story. Okay, first, trigger warning. Okay. Woman paralyzed by partner uses head movement to give evidence to police.
Circumstances of your injuries, what was passed over to the hospital when you came in, your partner said that you were play fighting. Is that true? No. Okay. Okay. Has he purposefully hurt you? Yes. Okay. Okay. Has he hit you? Has he pushed you? Okay. Okay. And you feel like he's hurt you on purpose? Okay. Has he ever hurt you before? Okay. This isn't the first time. The circumstances.
Okay, now when I looked it up and I tried to find who this woman was, this story came up. So gonna assume it's the same woman from Channel 4. So let's watch this story. I mean, I hate to say this, but I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't the only woman. Because obviously there has to be a lot more. But let's watch this interview.
Here to remind me that you've only lost your way.
For Trudy Burgess, there is her life before, a music career, a happy marriage and family, and then there is her life now. Trudy has come out of the hospital she's been in for a year to face in court the man who left her paralysed. A man she'd hoped would bring her love again after the death of her husband, but whose controlling violence almost destroyed her.
And then he folded my head inch by inch into my chest, and I could hear it cracking, I could feel it going. I could feel all the feeling in my body slowly disappear until I thought I was dying.
Trudy has 24-hour care at this spinal unit now. A teacher and singer, she's had to learn to breathe again, but will never walk or fully use her arms. Her sister Sophie, her hands today.
It's absolutely horrific and catastrophic, and I could cry every day.
He has cost you an awful lot, hasn't he?
What he's done in seconds, that's what sometimes I just, when I'm struggling, which is often, and I'm sort of lugging this body around, and I just think, he did this in this is a man's temper, has destroyed me.
He is Robert Easom, a landscape gardener she began seeing.
What does this chat mean? You said, I wonder what she did to get this. What do you mean? You mean him? What did he do to get this? Before I block you, explain. Because are you saying she brought it upon herself? Are you saying, did you misspeak and mean to say, what did he do? Like, why did he do this? Is that what you're asking? You have 3 seconds to respond.
In 2017.
We fell sort of madly in love, and we had a lot in common. I would say it was pretty perfect for a good few months.
Barely 8 months into the relationship, she saw his fury flare for the first time. For the next 8 years, life was a grim patchwork of sporadic physical violence, the psychological abuse constant, Easom flip-flopping between charm and affection, then humiliation and insult.
I could be incredibly happy with him. He could make me feel like $1 million, like we were going to have this incredible future. And then there would be a period where it would just be like verbally abusive non-stop because he was tired or he was in a bad mood. I started to think I was going crazy. I had no one to talk to. Who could I explain this to? I was utterly ashamed because I consider myself to be an intelligent woman. I remember never using the word abuse. I never even spelt out that word in my head. So I just thought, you'll work this out, you'll find a solution. you'll just leave him or you'll cure him.
You thought you were.
You'll leave him or you'll cure him. You'll leave him or you'll cure him. We've talked about this so much. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and mute this person. And actually, I'm just going to kick them out because my Discord is also saying this person's been suspicious. And honestly, with a comment like that, you don't need to be in this audience. You can listen, but you're not ready for this class. Abuse in heterosexual situations or in these particular dynamics is so much more prevalent than we're ready to admit. And listen to the way she never even thought about using the word abuse. And in that moment when he had all of this power over her, look what he did to her. Like, you really think I'm finding the love of my life? And then what's the message she gets overall from the community? You're either going to leave him, and if you don't, it's your fault, or you're going to fix him, and if you don't, it's your fault. So no matter what you do, it's your fault.
Would leave or cure him. Tell me what happened in the end.
I made a catastrophic decision to tell him. Yeah.
Why was it catastrophic?
To tell him she's leaving. And this is why I really think, like, if you have to be careful about telling certain people, like, you're leaving. I'm assuming that's what happened. And this is my warning to young people and to old people and to everyone who doesn't know. If you are truly terrified about a person, it's okay to just leave. You are not a bad person for not saying a proper goodbye. People that you are deathly afraid of do not deserve proper goodbyes. Okay, so do not guilt yourself, because what I hear from victims is they feel guilty over not being a mannered person. This is how they get you. They train you under patriarchy to be good mannered. And then you're not allowed to be ill-mannered when standing up for yourself. Oh, you're so rude. You're being so rude. Okay. And I get it, because I've definitely had situations where my girlfriends have just like picked up and gone, where like there was no warning and no explanation, and they've like packed their stuff and left. And I was like, you must have really felt so terrified. Now, I'm sure there are circumstances in which that happens where it's terrifying. It's truly like the most horrible situation I've heard of. I've heard of people like devastating their partners by like just deciding to leave one day or have an affair. I get it. Those situations are different. In this situation specifically, where you are terrified of the person you are with and you want to leave, be rude, fuck manners, leave. They don't deserve any information about where you're going, and make sure you take tracking off your phone if they have your location.
So I should have done it by phone.
So he literally attacked her when she said she was leaving. So he literally retaliated because a woman. This is why men talk about, oh, the worst thing is being rejected by a woman. The worst thing is dying by the hands of a man being rejected. She rejected him, and he said, I'm going to kill you. He said, and then he told the cops we were play fighting.
So I woke up in the morning. I was in the spare room because he snores. And he brought me a cup of tea up. He was loving, gave me a kiss. And he said, I'll see you tonight. Are you going to make a spaghetti bolognese or a cottage pie? Because that's what I always did on a Monday night for him. And I just said no.
For Esom, a man described by police as manipulative and entitled, No saw him spiral into a violent rage.
Slammed me up against the headboard with his arm.
Wait, so she didn't even say, I'm going to leave you? She said, I'm just not making you dinner tonight? Is that what I'm hearing? That she just said, I'm not going to make you dinner?
He was saying, why do you effing do this? Why won't you just effing shut up? And he was like ramming me against the headboard. I mean, enraged in a way that I can only express it as being like the Incredible Hulk. I knew there and then it was severe. I knew I was never walking again.
But she can't feel her body. It feels numb.
This was the call Esom made to 999 that morning.
How is it that she's hurt herself?
She's fallen out of bed.
She's fallen out of bed, okay.
But just as he denied it, at first, so did she, suggesting he told police they were play fighting.
And I thought, if you can come up with play fighting, okay, you never have to explain anything that happened before, because I was so ashamed of the abuse that I'd allowed to happen. I couldn't bear the thought of if I let the cat out of the bag, that was it. All my family and friends would know what I've been going through all these years.
As Trudy lay in intensive care, terrified she might die, she finally admitted to police what he had done.
Your partner said that you were play fighting. Is that true? No. Okay. Okay. Has he purposefully hurt you? Yes. Okay.
And that was the first time I sort of unleashed 8 years of keeping it.
8 years? I thought it was 8 months. Did I mishear at the beginning? I thought it was 8 months. Is it 8 years?
I sort of unleashed 8 years of keeping it in.
Oh.
At Preston Crown Court today, Eason was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The judge told him, "You knew exactly what you were doing."
It's perhaps...
What? Oh, the police told him.
At Preston Crown Court today, Eason was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The judge told him, "You knew exactly what you were doing."
Okay.
It's perhaps the hallmark of a sophisticated abuser to intersperse violence and cruelty with false kindness and care. Your behaviour was so extreme and confusing that, as you intended, you led this intelligent and articulate woman to doubt her own experiences.
Outside, relief and delight for Trudy and her family. Some justice, at least.
But it's not a happy day because I'm like this every day for the rest of my life, and this is an incredibly difficult condition to deal with.
Trudy says it's now critical that there is a better understanding of the signs and dangers of coercive control.
Unbelievably important, because without this, we're going to have women being abused continuously. If I'd been able to sort of corroborate that with somebody saying, this is what coercive control is, I might just have made the links.
Trudy and her family are now building a new, much changed life together. The old one shattered by one man's abuse.
And if you
This is actually why we cover these stories over and over again. It's because maybe it'll be said in a way where you hear it and it connects and it makes you go, oh my God, in the same way that I felt in my past, in the same way so many of the people in my life have felt. It really feels like a light bulb where you're living this life where you are so just embarrassed and stressed and you don't want to tell your friends and you're like, it's like shameful. And then you have like a wake up moment where you're like, oh my God, like it's not going to change, you know? And when you realize that and you're able to put it together, maybe there's some hope, but then, and this is why leaving is so terrifying. This is why victims don't leave, because maybe if I don't leave, at least I'll be kept in a very specific standard that I'm used to. But if I try to leave, then my life can radically change overnight. And so again, if you feel you are in danger with the person you live with, which is why I say, please don't move in with people until you know, unless you know, and you've done your due diligence. And then at that point, you know, who knows? Because this has been an 8-year relationship. She probably thought he was great. You know what I mean? She probably never had any issues in many ways. So then it could be a surprise. So I'm not shaming people who it's a real surprise for. But depending on your situation, if you feel yourself ashamed of leaving because you don't want to be rude, girl. Okay, this is your opportunity to say, fuck manners, fuck being the bigger person. I don't even know what that means in this situation when my life is on the line. I'm packing a bag and I'm leaving. Okay, I remember I lived with a male roommate of mine for a bit. And he was a friend that I had known for quite a few years. And he had some problems, but I never really thought much of it. I moved in with him. And he, at first when we got there, we were super chill. He was conservative. And we, you know, I at the time identified as like a lesbian. So just keep in mind where I was. I was really young, okay? And I was staying with him and we were sharing a bed. It was a pretty big bed. So it wasn't like, we never got sexual. We never kissed. We never had sex. We did not have that relationship. And while we were in bed, I noticed that he, you know, kept trying to do some stuff. And I was like, hey, I don't want to do anything with you. Stop stop touching me. Stop, like, he would touch me. I was like, stop touching me. And then he would like kind of, you know, and then I was like, okay, I'm uncomfortable. I'm going to sleep on the couch. So I go to sleep on the couch. Okay. And as I'm laying on the couch, he's standing in the doorway of the living room to the bedroom. He looks at me and he says, okay, he says, one day I'm going to drag you into this bed and basically show you how it's done. Like, show you what, you know, how sex is done. Anyways, I called my mom the next day while he was at work, packed my bags, got onto a plane and left. So, you know, you just never know. You just never know. You know? I was all, hell, you know. Anyways, that was short-lived. So please do whatever you need to. Get out. Fuck being rude. And listen, I did not explain it. I did not give him a reason. I did not explain it. I packed my fucking bags and left. Okay? And he did, by the way. He caught me. I did see him because like he came home and I was like, and he was like, are you leaving? I was like, I'm leaving. I'm not doing this. And thank God he didn't do anything, but I left. I was like, fuck this. And I left. I was really looking for myself at the time too. And I remember one of my other male friends who ended up being not a great guy, which is ironic, ended up saying like, don't move in with this guy, Brittany. I think it might be unsafe. But the irony is both of them were unsafe. Isn't this interesting when you get advice from one guy who's unsafe about another guy who's unsafe? But I didn't realize till years later how unsafe both of them were. Like, you sit there and think you're hanging out with great guys. This was my first adult friend group. We were having so much fun together. We have so many good memories together. And then all of a sudden, these guys that I liked so much in my friend group became the men that I was like, oh my God, you guys are really bad people. And you don't even realize it. And thank God I didn't do anything with either of those men in big ways. Like, thank God they both tried too. Like, that's the irony, is like both of them had tried. And I was just, my intuition, something was like, no, like, I don't want to have sex with either of you. Something tells me like you are not safe. And I'm just so grateful. And at the time, like I said, I was identifying as a lesbian. So it became very like, you know, almost like I think they were chasing me in a way, you know, like, I'll show you what a real dick is, you know, something really gross and homophobic, I think. And I'm pansexual now, but you know, all of that to say, I think there was something about it. And I'm not saying that, you know, I wasn't heading out of my lesbianism into a different variation of title, but I'm saying that I'm just proud of, yes, chat, thank you. Good on younger Brittany. I'm just proud of that Brittany for making good decisions, because God knows I haven't always made the right ones. And if any of our stories, if you're in any situation like mine or hers, or you hear any of yourself in any of our stories, the hope is you will identify it, know what it is, and get out as quick as possible, because you deserve to be in a safe relationship. You deserve to go home, feel safe. If I wish anything for the universe, if I wish anything for people, it's to go home to a place that feels safe. You know? Ugh. Yeah. Man, that was hard. That was hard. Okay, let's check out this story. I really want to watch it with you. Different topic, kind of like another variation of talking about being taken advantage of. Okay, so let's pull this up. There's this writer named Lindy West. You maybe don't know her work. Maybe you really recognize her. She definitely was very popular for a time on the internet. You probably do, if you're in progressive circles or were on Tumblr, probably know who she is. Let's watch this TikTok that brought me into this conversation this morning. He's going to go through the whole thing with Lindy. And then I found some interviews I want to watch with Lindy to get a clearer idea. But basically, Lindy West is a feminist icon, writer, really spoke out about women's rights. She's a fat activist. And she has been, what some would say, coerced into polyamory because her partner basically said, either be poly or I'll cheat on you. Which, as you know, I did poly for 10 years. I believe in ethical non-monogamy. I believe in ethical monogamy, only ethical, informed consent. And I will tell you this right now, that is not polyamory. That is just a cheater who's using poly as an excuse. But anyways, they're married. So let's go through this.
Polly, I am going to be a little bit mean in this post. If you Can you psyop yourself into being poly? I am going to be a little bit mean in this post. If you're the type of person who thinks it is bullying to talk about someone's life when they have told us this information in multiple books, scroll away. We do not have time for your bean soup right now. So I saw this interview in the New York Times. This is Lindy West. Lindy is a famous feminist writer who used to write for Jezebel. She went viral multiple times when I was growing up, and she is like a sort of millennial feminist icon. She wrote Shrill, that was made into the Hulu show starring Aidy Bryant. During the Me Too movement, she wrote this piece about Donald Trump and Harvey Weinstein. Yes, this is a witch. I'm a witch and I'm hunting you. And it went super viral, which turned into another book of essays about feminism and fat shaming and sort of reclaiming your power in the post-Trump era. I did read this book. Lindy West has a book coming out in a couple of weeks. This is not an ad for that book, as you will soon see. She has a book coming out in a couple of weeks where she takes a road trip across the country and realizes that she's ready to be poly. I had some questions about this as someone who's been following this for a couple of years. In 2022, she formally came out as a poly person where she did this interview with her husband, Aham, and his new girlfriend, Roya. This was very interesting to me as someone who read her book because in her book, she says Aham was divorced twice by 27. They got together, they broke up, a tree fell on her house, and then they got back together. That's not a metaphor. A tree literally fell onto her house. There's a whole essay about it. They get back together and he tells her, I am poly. I will always be poly. I can never, ever be monogamous. If you want to stay with me, you have to be open or eventually I will cheat on you. And she's like, I need to be with this man. She talks about her self-esteem issues a lot in both books. As someone who grew up in a bigger body in America, she has spent her whole life sort of, and this isn't me like projecting. This is something she talks about. And I read this book because I know how people on this app are. I promise you, I am not pontificating. This is all stuff that she has said. She said that her relationship with Aham healed her relationship to her body because she finally felt sexy and powerful because this man chose her, right? My question is it disingenuous to position yourself as a leader, a thought leader in the poly community, to formally announce yourself as poly? On Substack, she did an AMA where she said, I am not queer, but all three of us are together, which led to many questions. She also did this YouTube interview where, as you can see, the optics were very odd because Aham was holding hands with his new girlfriend.
Very odd. Very odd. Eventually, I think maybe he puts his hand on her as well, maybe? We'll watch it. We'll find out.
And the actual timeline of the events is that he tells her, if we get married, we have to be open because I'm eventually going to cheat on you. She says yes because she literally says, I was so codependent. My entire life in this interview, my entire life depended on whether he wanted me or not. This is the only thing that I wanted in this life was to be loved and chosen by this man. They get married. He gets a girlfriend in secret, right? He is making out with this woman behind Lindy's back. Lindy's friend tells her that he has a girlfriend. She confronts him and he says, well, you knew what you were signing up for. If you want to stay together, we have to be open. We have to be poly. And she says, and I know that it's not the same thing. He says that being poly is part of his identity. It is as unchangeable as his skin color. They now are in this poly situation, and she...
Just for the record, as a person who did poly for 10 years, I do not think you are polyamorous or monogamous. I think there are frameworks you choose to engage with for the sake and joy of yourself and others. So I am monogamous right now. I've been married. We're very happy. But I also think we could have been poly if we both decided philosophically that would work for us. But for our marriage, for the people involved, for the informed consent element of it, we both decided monogamy seemed to work best for our framework, for our style of relationship, because we believe in customized relationships. You get to have a custom relationship. But what I would have liked to have seen from this guy is instead of saying, be with me or I'll cheat on you, which is crazy, saying, hey, it seems like we're not compatible. Thank you so much for knowing me and meeting me, but we're obviously not compatible. But instead he coerced her. And then her, because she's so deeply insecure, just thought this is the best love I'm going to get. This should have been a conversation about, and if she's a feminist writer and an icon, and I haven't engaged in her work, to be honest, then I would have expected her to deconstruct, but that's okay. Not everybody does. The patriarchal parts and the absolute bullshit that is this marriage and relationship from an outsider's perspective. Obviously, I'm not in it, because no way should you be describing your marriage as something you were coerced into because it was this or nothing else, right? Come on.
It does the Substack where she's like, no, but it's my choice. It's my choice. It's my choice. And I'm like, if you have to be dragged kicking and screaming into this situation, and you are now writing all of these books and all of these essays about how you really wanted it and you really wanted it, and actually you guys don't understand, I chose this. I am a little bit struggling to see how you chose this. This is not polysecure, right? Girl, I live in New York. I have a lot of gay friends. Everybody's open. Everybody has read a copy of The Ethical Slut. And
literally everyone's read The Ethical Slut. We all love it. All my friends, so many of my friends are poly. They're in very successful relationships. Everyone is very happy. Everyone's in couples counseling / has good jobs / has houses. My poly friends right now are trying to buy a property so all of them can live on the same property. And they're all in their 30s making a lot of money. So they are stable, been together for literally years. 5 to 8 to 12 years. They are established. You know what I mean? They have successfully found connection and love. So you know, for the poly people that I have the experience of, polyamory isn't a monolithic experience. Some people are shitty, some people aren't shitty, right? When I was in my polyamorous relationship, I got cheated on. Yeah, poly people cheat, they suck. Again, ethical non-monogamy, ethical polyamory, ethical monogamy. Monogamous people cheat, poly people cheat. It's not the framework, it's the people in the relationship. He sucks. He sucks.
Polysecure, like, we get it. You know, this is not me judging them or this situation. This is me questioning whether it is disingenuous to say, well, I actually really, really wanted this lifestyle, when your husband had a sword of Damocles hanging over the relationship and said, if you do not accept me and my eventual partners or girlfriend, I will break up with you, right? She chooses to stay in this relationship, and now they have a girlfriend, and it's like, is this a choice? I think about that.
They have a girlfriend or he has a girlfriend? Because I thought she said she's not queer.
Evil couple on Showtime's Couples Therapy. This was a true case of evil. This was a case of the devil speaking through
I saw this clip.
A human body, right? This couple was a gay Latino man and a gay deaf white man. And the white man said that he wanted to be open or they broke up. It was non-negotiable. So they are now open. And then their entire Couples Therapy, all 10 episodes, are about the Latino man sort of being uncomfortable with the idea that they have to be open because they wanted to go to play parties. And the other one was like, I am insatiable and the only thing I want in this life is to hook up with other people. And if you can't accept that, then we break up, right? And Orna, Dr. Orna was like, this does not seem like a choice that you made. This seems like a choice that you made because you wanted to keep your partner. Somebody who read the book on Twitter said that Lindy is very, very smart, but sort of incapable of seeing herself. And I've seen that with a memoir by a reality star that I read over the summer. There are people who are very, very intelligent and able to sort of psyop themselves into saying like, I chose this, I chose this, I chose this. From reading Lindy's books and essays and like writing in Jezebel over the last like 15 years, she is someone from that old school millennial train of thought, like sort of Lena Dunham, where on Girls, Lena Dunham makes that choice where she's like, I always make the joke first so nobody can make it about myself, right? If you read her essays and her writing from like 10, 15 years ago, she was always like, I'm such a stupid fat piece of shit. And you're like, whoa, like I think that there is some work that needs to be done. I obviously haven't read the new book yet, but I just
yeah, it is giving exactly that. White woman feminism, liberal, it is giving that. Chad says, question I'm learning, does poly mean only one person has multiple partners or both? Poly means many loves, and it comes in all shapes and sizes. There's a lot of different ways to be poly, but poly means more like many loves, right? So it's really dependent on the people. There's open poly, closed poly, polycules, triads. There's all different kind of relationship dynamics. So we traditionally think of monogamy as one-on-one, like two people. But there's also monogamish, which is like we're monogamous, but sometimes and then there's like different variations of even monogamy in of itself. So everybody gets to decide what label works for them in their relationship. But when I was doing poly, I was in a relationship with somebody and I was dating other people and we were in relationships. And a lot of my poly friends, they have long-term, very successful relationships with multiple people. They're building a life with multiple people in a romantic, sexual, and or financial way that separates their dynamic as different than just friends. Like I am friends with my friends who are poly, but we are not in a relationship. We do none of those three things together. Even though at one point in our life, we did have sex together. We were never in a romantic relationship, meaning we were not dating each other in that traditional sense. I knew I didn't want anything long-term with them. I knew I loved them as a friend, and I knew that we weren't going to head in the same direction, which was smart because look at me now. I'm in a monogamous marriage and my friends are still poly and they're engaging in polyamory, and like we wouldn't have been compatible in that way. Plus, we didn't have the same values and we didn't see each other fully, but none of those things are negatives against them. It's just data. So all those people are great. They're wonderful. We have very similar values. We see each other very well, but not the way I would want to connect with a long life partner, somebody I do life with. So it just really depends on how you use the word in your relationship.
Struggle to think that like this smells off to me. I'm sorry. If you were being told by your friend who had a lifetime history of self-esteem issues, got into this relationship with this guy, divorced twice by 27, said, I need to be open or I'm going to cheat on you or we don't get married. And then you say, fine, because you really, really, really want to marry him. And then he gets a girlfriend behind your back. And then you tell the entire world that all three of you are now together. And this woman is like living in your house. And you say, this woman makes you insecure, but you're totally fine now. And it's totally your choice. I do not feel crazy for saying, I don't know if this feels right. That's all I'm saying. And I definitely wouldn't get on the New York Times and be doing multiple podcasts and writing a book about my revelation when all of this tea is very, very open, right? Sorry that this video got so long. The last thing I'll say is that this isn't me being mean, right? Because she is monetizing her life. She's telling us.
And yes, Chad says, Discord said, was he cheating while they were dating? Yeah. So he was cheating while they were dating. And then when her friend was like, hey girl, I think he's cheating. She was like, she confronted him and he goes, well, you know what you signed up for. That's not how that works. He does not practice ethical non-monogamy. It's bullshit. He's bullshit. He's literally abusing her. And This is so devastating. This woman's whole philosophy, her career, her reputation as a person is being ruined by her choice of partner. Because at the end of the day, when we pick our partners, it does and it can tell us something about ourselves until we see what we're actually engaging with, right? It is a reflection of you as much as we don't want it to be. It's not always a reflection of you. Once you're getting out, you can feel trapped. You can be in a bad situation. But, you know, if you're dating a Nazi, you might just be a Nazi. You know what I mean? If you're dating a cheater and an abuser who's manipulated you, you either are those things or you're so victimized by the situation that you almost can't, like, I don't know how good your work is. Like, I'll be honest. And this isn't a criticism of victims. This is me saying, girl, you have to know who you are in the story, okay? To be a whole human being, we have to know who we are in the story. When I was in my toxic on again, off again relationship, I was giving relatively good advice, okay? And I obviously wasn't taking all of that advice because I was in this relationship. So it's not that my advice was bad, but I certainly realized after a while, I didn't have the relationship I thought I had, right? Because my person was also a liberal who was outspoken, who was in progressive spaces, who was saying all the things that were technically correct, who was always saying cheating was bad. He was always ranting and raving about how would I cheat? I'm in poly. And then boom, he cheated on me. So I understand that, like, you might also think you have a relationship you don't have, but I wasn't fully blindsided. Like, I think in hindsight, if I went back and looked at it, it was obvious he was going to cheat. I just didn't want to accept that because I wanted to believe, based off of our, you know, the last story we just covered, I could either leave or I could stay and fix him. And I tried to fix him. Whoops. I tried to fix him. Now, the dilemma is that it feels like Lindy is not saying, oh, I'll fix him. She's saying he fixed me, but he didn't, girl. He trapped you. He didn't fix you. This sounds broken. You know? So, like, again, the problem is, like, what part are you coming from the fixer perspective? Or are you coming from the perspective that, like, I should feel grateful he even chose me? You know? Now, listen, my ex tried to do that on me. My ex tried to say, you know, Brittany, your mental health is so bad. And, you know, I do so much work to take care of you. And, like, you know, it is so much work being with you. And I was like, I'm sorry, I paid the bills. I'm the one with the stable job. I'm literally the reason, like, you even have a place to live right now. Like, when I looked at my math, I was like, wait a second. How am I difficult to be with? But you're literally breaking every friendship around you. You're having trouble keeping down a job. You're the one who's, what is happening? You know? So Lindsay has to come to the realization, if she wants to, if we even understand the story, maybe we're misunderstanding her relationship, okay? Of you are more than this man's approval. You exist outside of this man's approval. And I wish she would deconstruct patriarchy enough to know this and her body issues and whatever else is keeping her at bay. Because the truth is, you know,
telling us all of this. It is open, it is public, she is making money off of it. So unfortunately, it is open season because, like, you cannot have it both ways. You cannot both make money off of your life. I say this about celebrities, reality TV stars, influencers. You cannot make money off of your life and then say, don't ever criticize me, because that's not how it works. I wish her an ounce of luck, but I do think that I would want to hear from someone who, like, made the choice to be poly of their own volition and not someone who was like, my husband was going to leave me if I wasn't poly. I'm sorry. Can you sign up?
Yeah, I agree. So just to be clear, let's listen to the first few minutes of this interview right now. Lindy West thought she couldn't handle polyamory, but she was wrong. We're just going to listen to a little bit of the audio because I don't love that it doesn't have a visual. And also, we just need to listen to the first few minutes to get an idea. This was posted 2 days ago, just to be clear.
Love now and
Did you fall in love last night? I love
love was stronger than anything.
For the love.
And I love you more than anything.
There's still love.
Okay, and after this one, yes, guys, we will be watching this one. So this one's visual and it's 30 minutes. We're going to watch this after. But right now we're going to watch this one because it's the most recent. And then we're going to go back in time because this one is 4 years ago. So we're going to contrast them.
From the New York Times, I'm Anna Martin. This is Modern Love. On today's show, I'm talking to the writer and former New York Times columnist, Lindy West. Years ago, Lindy wrote a book called Shrill that puts you inside her brilliant, weird, funny brain as she moves through a world that keeps telling her that being fat is a problem, that it makes her fundamentally unlovable. But by the end of Shrill, Lindy's feeling confident in herself, and she's also found love with her best friend, Aham. They get married, and they're going to be together forever. Now, in Lindy's latest book called Adult Braces, she's opening up about a problem that was kind of built into her marriage from the start. Aham did not want to be totally monogamous. And while Lindy wanted to be okay with that, really, she wasn't. This situation was bound to explode at some point. And today, I talked to Lindy about the moment it did. Lindy West, welcome to Modern Love.
Thank you so much for having me.
Lindy, okay, towards the end of your first book, Shrill, you get married to your husband, Aham. Finding love, always a big deal. But when you and Aham got together, it was a particularly big deal for you. Can you tell me why?
Yeah, I haven't thought about this in such a long time, but Aham and I were just talking about this last night. I had always been kind of lonely and single and sad and yearning, you know, and growing up in a fat body, people tell you no one will ever love you unless you fix your body. And then being a woman, a very visible woman on the internet, then strangers are just telling you that every single day, which I already kind of had it handled internally.
You're like, I don't need the pylon.
I don't need the, come on, guys. As Samantha Irby says, let the plumber fix the sink. I got it. So there's just all this baggage around it. But really, I mean, at heart, Aham and I just love each other so much. And I think we both kind of knew that.
How can he love you so much and cheat on you, though? Like, how could he love you so much and cheat on you, though? Make it make sense.
We couldn't imagine a life without the other person. So,
And listen, I'm not really coming for Lindy because I think she's an abuse victim, in my opinion. But with that said, for the girlies listening, he can't love you and cheat on you, girls.
You know, but yeah, on some level, he wanted to give me
And if that's love, I don't want it.
that like big proposal, big wedding that I thought I would never get to have because it was it healed something in me.
Yeah. Marriage was not, you know, sort of only about affirming the connection between the two of you. It was also this kind of almost like public stamp of approval. Does that track? Was it sort of like that?
I mean, it feels disordered to say that, but I think, but yeah,
But sure,
because
the
I mean,
pressure.
we contain multitudes, right?
course.
And again, that's not why I got married. That would be crazy.
I feel like I need to also zoom out and just like affirm that you guys also really fucking loved each other, right? Like there was this strong, beautiful connection.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we're very different, but we're also, you know, from the first day, you know, we started dating, we were like, oh, that's my best friend. And then we just were never apart. Even when we tried to break up a couple times, we were still.
Boo! Okay, huge red flags in relationships, on again, off again, breaking up, getting back together. This is a settling relationship. This is a settling relationship. In Brittany's perspective of a high compatibility partner, this is a settling relationship, high compatibility partnership. We like the partner we're with. We like them as a consciousness. We're together. We're you know, bodies are good. People are good. Attraction is there. We like them as a person, and our values are in line. We agree on. They don't agree on monogamy, polyamory. They have a huge philosophical disagreement about the structure of their relationships. So, like, I'm glad you're besties, but like, maybe this is why we don't sleep with our besties. And if we're gonna sleep with our besties, maybe this is why we don't marry our besties. You know, if we're gonna marry our besties, maybe. It's like, girl, I don't want to hear all these red flags.
Just like calling each other every day and being like,
And
no.
obviously it's compounded by the fact that she's a feminist writer. Like, we have to understand the way we put ourselves out there, the way we tell our stories, the way we talk about, oh, we're deconstructing patriarchy. We're like saying F you to the system. And then also I'm going to marry what the system produced. This cheating man, this man who weaves a story, this bullshit relationship. Like, this is why I say it's not enough to be a minority. You also have to keep deconstructing. It's not enough to just be a woman or a fat woman or whatever else. You have to also keep deconstructing. And yes, decentering men. Exactly, Chat. Chat says she still censors men. And that man specifically. If her whole sense of self comes from this man's approval,
you know, and we're very much two freaks who say the same thing at the same time. We make the same joke at the same time. We do the same riff. It's alarming and off-putting to others.
Except to those, yeah, except to you. I mean,
except to us.
Two freaks matching each other's freak. When you got married, what did you hope your future would look like?
So I think I just imagined that we would, you know, stay on the sort of traditional track. I thought we would probably have a baby and buy a house and, you know, continue to work. We also work together a lot. Aham is an artist and I work on his shows and he helps me a lot with my work, with my writing. And I think I sort of envisioned a classic happy marriage. Like, I think that I thought we would just have a great time for the rest of our lives.
That sounds great. That sounds, I mean, it's interesting that you bring up the word classic in reference to your marriage because you have a new book out. It's called Adult Braces. And in this book, you share a piece of information about your relationship, your marriage to Aham, that was not, I would say, quote unquote, classic, right?
Yes.
You share the fact that Aham was non-monogamous, correct?
Yes. So we briefly broke up in 2011. Then it was a bad time. I write about it in Shrill. Aham and I broke up. My dad died. It was horrible. A tree fell on my house. Then we got back together. But part of that was Aham was like, you know, I've been divorced twice by age 27, and I feel like possessiveness and jealousy.
Why do those women divorce him? Make it make sense. One divorce by 27, hey girl, no judgment. 2 divorces by 27, what's going on there? No judgment. But also, I got to know the story. Do those women matter? Why did they leave him? Because you know what I'm saying? What was his problem? Come on, girl, you're his bestie. You must know.
He had a lot to do with both of those relationships collapsing. And I want us to be not together because we're trapped and locked together in a prison of love. Or, you know, he didn't say it like that.
Of course, yeah. You're editorial.
I swear to God, one of my besties just went through, one of my closest friends just went through exactly this situation, only different. I mean, hear me out. And I was like, if you marry this man, this will be your future. Like, I didn't even know this was coming, but I'm telling you right now, and I'm so proud of her for like saying absolutely not to the best friend, the fuck buddy. Because that's the thing, your best friend, your fuck buddy, the people you're having sex with, the person that you're basically playing boyfriend, girlfriend with that you feel like is a vibe. I'm so proud of you for putting your foot down and saying absolutely not, because I can't see a future with you that makes sense without me compromising everything I am. And I told my friend, he's going to cheat on you, girl. He's cheating on you right now. I know I don't have evidence, but I'm telling you, he's cheating on you. And she was like, how do you know? I was like, he's just so untrustworthy. He's so, the way he talks about women, the way he talks about you, the way he plays up the charm. You know, he talks big against anti-Trump, but I'm telling you right now, bro, he is not that person. You are way too progressive to date a liberal. Okay, dump this man. Okay, dump this man. Because I'm telling you right now, it's not just women dating conservatives, it's women dating liberals. Stop dating these liberal men. Stop dating these liberal men.
You're right. That makes sense. Yeah.
But he was like, I don't think that monogamy is healthy for me.
He has all these reasons, which make intellectual sense. I'm like, I went to a liberal arts school. Totally.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But emotionally, how is this hitting you?
Yeah, same for me. It made intellectual sense to me. And in fact, it had always made intellectual sense to me. I was like, I understand how this works and why people do this. I don't.
Yeah, wait, chat. Great point. Classic, so patriarchal. What is classic to her? Thank you, Discord. Wait, she said she wants a classic relationship. What do you mean by that? That's great. Discord, great catch. Wait, what do you mean? Classic, tradition, classic. What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean?
Personally have the self-esteem to cope with it.
I've got this too. Yeah.
Yeah. So my initial reaction was like, I was devastated. And because I worked at the Alt Weekly. Dan Savage was my boss. It felt like everyone was supposed to do it, or else you were like,
okay, but fuck Dan Savage, because he also says a little bit of cheating keeps a marriage alive. And like, I used to be obsessed with Dan Savage. I used to get his paper all the time in Seattle. I would read his column. I was like obsessed. I read his books. I was like obsessed with his show. But Dan feels so conservative to me, which is very ironic, you know. And I don't know if he has a change on that stance about cheating. I don't know if I showed it to you guys. I think I did show you on stream. He talked to Therapy Jeff recently. But like, Dan Savage is, you know, he's got takes that I do not agree with.
You were like a prude and a pioneer woman.
Of course.
And I was like, why do I have to do that just because all these cool kids think it's better?
Yeah.
Like, why can't I make my own choices? So our initial conversation was a lot of me crying and being like, I don't want anyone else.
Was it presented as sort of like,
what are we talking about? Look, peace and love to this lady. I hope she just finds joy in her life. But with peace and love for the girls and the gays and the theys that are listening to me right now, do not do this. You deserve better than this. Your love story does not need to be, I was crying all the damn time. Your love story does not need to be the love of my life put me in a situation where I had to fucking hate myself and basically put myself in a situation where I hated my fucking self. Okay? Like, that does not need to be your love story. Your love story needs to be better. It needs to, if you want. You know, it's up to you, girl. If you want to be in a... No, I don't believe in... No, stop, Brittany. I don't want to make a prescription, but I think you deserve better than an abusive relationship. I think you deserve better than a relationship where you are cheated on. I think you deserve better than a man who puts you into a position, or any gender who puts you into a position where it's like, you have to be miserable for me.
we can get back together if we are non-monogamous. Was it like a conditional
Yes.
thing? Okay.
Basically, I think so. But it
I
wasn't
think
him saying,
so.
I'm going to go out and date people. We're a couple who loves each other desperately getting back together. So this was not a moment when either of us was like, oh, I want to go out and find someone else. We were ecstatic to be reuniting.
Oh,
So
brother.
where we landed was, if we want to be together for the rest of our lives.
Yes, chat. Thank you, chat. We really have to let go of struggle love. It's really romanticized. Yes, it is. And I fell for it too in my 20s, girl. Struggle love was, I was eating it up. I thought it meant we were in love because what was the struggle for? It was the romanticization. Oh my God, I ate it up like Carrie ate Big Up. You know what I mean?
Knows what's going to happen in 10 years, 20 years, who we're going to meet, how we're going to feel. And to lock in and say, our feelings are never going to change and we're never going to have any interest in anyone else outside of this partnership. It's just not realistic. Once it was reframed.
With peace and love. Oh, Brittany, I'm sorry. I should stay calm. Listen, future Brittany is going to be very calm when she makes content, but this Brittany can't do it. Listen, when I say this is every fucking time what I hear. It's just not realistic not to like other people. It's just not realistic not to want to lust after people. It's just not realistic. It is so realistic. Y'all are so fucking lost. You are all so fucking lost. It is so fucking done by billions of people on this planet fucking are monogamous. They do not fucking care about other people. And you know why? Because I do not like people that much. Even when I was poly, I didn't even date that many people because I don't like you guys like that. Why? Because it's really not worth it unless you're high compatibility. And the chances of you meeting a high compatibility partner are already so fucking low. The chances of you meeting 5, go fuck yourself, huh? Go fuck yourself. And the only reason it works is because you're fucking horny and you're superficial and you're not getting what you need out of your marriage. So you go find it in someone else. If you were getting everything you needed out of your marriage, that'd be a totally different situation. I will tell you this right now. I'm getting everything I need out of my marriage. But even more than that, poly people can date multiples of high compatibility. You can be polyamory and say, I'm doing short term. You can be polyamory and saying, hey, I get everything I need out of my partners and some. I don't like the poly dynamics that says, oh, because I can't get something, I'm going to go get it somewhere else. Versus saying, I like you as a consciousness and I like you as a consciousness. I'd like to date both of you. See how healthy poly is about genuinely loving the person you're with and not dating somebody because, oh, you tick something off my box I need. People aren't here to fulfill your fantasies. Relationships should be positive, symbiotic relationships. You are in cohabitation. You are in collaboration. You are building something together. You can do a poly or monogamous. But you cannot, regardless if you're poly or monogamous, you should not, in my opinion, if you want a healthy, joyful relationship, settle for like 20% of this partner, 20% of this partner, 20% of this partner, and hope to make up 100%. It's 100 for each person you're with. 100% from this relationship, 100% from this relationship. Even if you're poly. I don't believe in this idea that like I'm going to date multiple people so they can all get me to 100%. Fuck no. Fuck no. No. So this idea that she's like, it's unrealistic. Every cheater in the world uses that playbook. Is it realistic that we'll never like other people? Yeah. Like in my relationship, my partner and I fully acknowledge there are millions of people on this planet that we could have just as good of a relationship with that we do with each other. And neither of us are going to make the effort to know those people, to love those people, to sleep with those people, because we don't have to, we don't want to. We do not desire it. Okay, we, grown up in our 30s, do not desire to make connections with other human beings in that intimate way. The question is, does she desire it, or is she being forced to convince herself she desires it for the sake of this man that can't get his shit together? You get to have a custom relationship. I asked my partner, do you desire multiple partners? He said, nah. He goes, do you desire multiple partners? I said, to be honest with you, nah. Okay? In another life, at a different part of my existence, that was a yes. That was a yes if I'm open, but as long as they're high compatibility. But we decided to be honest and say, honestly, bro, I'm pretty happy with you. I'm pretty happy. Like, is that okay that I'm happy? Like, is that okay that I'm good? But I'm not delusional. I know he's not a magical soulmate God made for me. I know that there are other people that I could love just as deeply. I just don't want to get to know them, and I don't need to know who they are because I'm chilling. Now, you're probably saying, yeah, but what if they came into your life? Yes, but even if I physically met them, I wouldn't know they were them because I would have to talk to them, get to know them. You know how intimately I was talking to my partner while I was getting to know him? I don't talk to people that intimately. That'd be like cheating, bro. The way we were talking to each other when we were recording right away. So you have to understand this idea is every cheater's excuse for convincing and manipulating their partners to be open. I'm devastated for her. I'm devastated for everybody in her category because, oh my God, this is so unfair. This is so unfair.
As something that we were going to deal with eventually. And I love to procrastinate.
That's interesting, though. You're kicking the can, basically, of this relationship. What, definition, framework?
Which is so unfair to him because he really was telling me something that's important to him. And I always heard it as an obstacle that I could like wear down and overcome, you know?
But he wore you down. So instead of you wearing him down, he wore you down. How about this? Nobody wear anybody down. Break up.
Like, I just need to be the best girlfriend so that he doesn't want this stupid thing anymore. And Aham tried so hard to get me to actually engage with this emotionally.
How did he try?
Oh, I just mean he warned me, I think, that my tendency to avoid hard things was toxic and was going to be a little bit.
Oh my God. I think I'm acting and scene. The problem with you is that I love you, but you don't love me enough to let me fuck other women. And I really think your avoidant attachment from your childhood experience with your parents is actually causing you to hold me down and keep me captive in this relationship. When really I need to be free to love you and other women. So I really feel like this is a you problem, and I am really the victim in this situation. And scene. That is literally what he said to her verbatim. I was there in the room. I was a fly on the wall. I promise you I saw it happen. Okay, that's a joke. I'm joking. That's what she just said.
Poisonous in the relationship. And I do think it did slow damage because then what happened was, because we had this nebulous thing that I had kicked down the road until an unknown time, I was always dreading when was that time going to come.
Yep.
So every time Aham initiated any kind of like really hard conversation, even if it was just like, you need to do the dishes right after you cook or whatever, I would react like someone was chasing me with a knife.
Listen, you're in a bad relationship. This is a bad relationship because listen to me when I say this, you cannot be so incompatible that you can't figure out dishes. Like, how old are you? How old are you when this is happening? How are you so incompatible that like dishes are triggering to you and you're not getting down to it? Because as neurodivergent girly and a neurodivergent relationship, I understand what it is like to get your PDA triggered when someone asks you to do the laundry. I get it. I don't do the laundry. When I have to do, listen, when anyone has to do anything, okay? The point is like, we get it, but we solve it and we have communication. We have safe words and we have deep understanding of like, you good, bro? Did I trigger the PDA? My bad. It's loving. It's loving. Okay? Now, this is 10 minutes into, did I lose internet? Wait, no, I lost Discord. Okay, Discord's back. Okay. This is 10 minutes into an interview she did 2 days ago. Let me take you back in time really fast. Maybe we'll go back and forth. Let me take you 4 years ago. 4 years ago, they were featured on this channel called, let me pull it up here. Style Like You, which I think we've watched videos from them before. They do interviews on chairs. Okay, this is 4 years ago.
My only currency in life was like, does Aham like me? How does Aham feel? What's Aham doing? And if I didn't have that, I was like nothing. Polyamory is like the perfect antidote to codependency.
Some of the...
Oh, fuck, I just hurt myself, hitting myself in the head. I didn't know she was going to say that. Polyamory is the perfect antidote to codependency?
Stereotypes is that how could there be enough to go around, enough time, enough attention, enough love. I have the greatest love in my life right now than I've ever had before. And it has never felt this good. You know, we're told this is too good to be true, but it's not. It actually is our truth.
Hi everyone, we're Elisa and Lily, the mother and daughter creators of Style Like You. We want to extend a huge thank you to our partners, Dame and Dipsy, for supporting us in bringing this episode of What's Underneath couples to life. Dame is a leading sexual wellness company that's creating beautiful pleasure products for people with vulvas. And Dipsy is an amazing app where storytelling meets sexual wellness so that you can find more confidence and joy in and out of the bedroom. Stay tuned to the end of the episode to learn more about our amazing partners and the offers that they have for you.
Yes, Chet said I love this fashionable mother and daughter. I was thinking the same thing.
Can you describe who you are to each other?
Lindy and I have been married for, it'll be 7 years in July. We've been together for 11 years next month.
Oh my God. Okay, let's get this timeline written down.
Or it'll be
Who you are to each other.
Lindy and I have been married for, it'll be 7 years in July. We've been together for 11 years next month. Basically kind of like grown up together, raised kids together. And Roy and I have been together a couple of years.
And the three of us have been together since last summer. We're three sweeties.
There is absolutely a friendship and a relationship amongst all of us. It just continues to grow and deepen and has become even more layered and complex, but in, for me, all good ways since.
Man, this is rough. This is really rough. Look, she's grown. She's smart. She writes books. She's got cred. She's got clout. She should know better. But see how it's really hard to fight patriarchy and not understand it's happening in your own life? If this isn't fucking patriarchy, I don't know what the fuck it is. That this isn't exactly the trickle-down economics of patriarchy, and when it comes to relationships, I don't even know what is. Codependent, long-term relationship, on again, off again, best friends. I'm never going to get better. Everything about him is my life. I'm centering him in this. He cheats on me, and I basically say, I'm worth it. Raise kids together? Oh my God. Bro, if this was my mom, I'd be like, hey mom, are you gonna get your shit together or not? Because I'm sick of you writing fucking books that you expect women to read and feel liberated by when you're fucking acting like Carrie Bradshaw. Are you so fucking serious right now? This is not Sex in the City, mom. I love you. Get your shit together. What?
The three of us actually have come to know each other.
So can you talk about assumptions that people make about you based on your relationship?
I feel like people, like especially cis straight men.
Yeah, so Chad says, wait, he said he was with the other girl for a few years, and then Lindy said they've been together. So it sounds like they were best friends. They were together 11 years, married for 7. Was that correct? And then her, the other girl, for 2 to 3 years, and then them since last summer. So it sounds like maybe she realized she was bi. Maybe she's not queer, but she's bisexual. Maybe because the other TikToker said she's not queer. Maybe she's like, I'm gay, but I'm not queer. Or I'm bisexual, but I'm not queer.
Feel like
I'm sorry, what are you start preaching patriarchal? Listen to this man. Listen to this man.
I feel like people, like especially cis straight men, feel like I'm like getting away with something. I don't have any.
Well, I might not be a cis straight man, but I'm positive you're getting away with shit, bro. You're getting away with something.
Allegiance to that kind of like masculine getting women. I'm not trying to get anything. I'm with these people. I just have like unlimited respect for the people that I love and I'm in a relationship with. At no point does it feel like I'm doing anything.
So what was that story then about I was seeing another girl and she didn't know and her best friend had to tell her, and then she
inappropriate, like, but that perception is in the air, and I think it has a lot to do with how people are in any kind of relationship. You know, people tend to be exploitative of the people that they're with, and they tend to be in a relationship to be like, what can I get out of this relationship? Like, I want to make sure that any behaviors that I've internalized, anything like that, to just constantly check in with myself. And
see how they use the language? See how they use the language? See how men use and weaponize the language?
And not be the person I don't want to be.
People are going to assume that Aham's hired me and needed like a younger, skinnier, more conventionally hot person. Like, yeah, Aham keeps me around because he loves me and I have a good personality, but like, yeah, you like upgrade. Before this really started.
I really wish they would stop talking about what other people are assuming and start talking about their real relationship, because now it sounds like you kind of believe it. Who cares what other people are saying? Tell me about this relationship and why it's good instead of fighting like comment sections. Because is that real? Did he do that? Is he having his cake and eating it too? And also, who's the breadwinner? Because I think she's the breadwinner, right?
popping off. I remember being so afraid of that perception that, because I am a semi-public figure and people speculate about my personal life and people are really cruel to me online. And
look, I'm not trying to be one of those people. I'm not trying to come for this woman. I'm trying to say that nothing about this story is giving me reassurance or hope, and everything about it is giving me red flags. And she is literally, as of right now, the warning story for all of the young people on the internet who are watching her. This is not what I want you to do with your life personally. This is not good for me. This is not good for you, and or not in her marriage. We don't know her life. Maybe she is secretly in the best marriage ever. But so far, if this is the best marriage ever, you are very bad at conveying that. And that's the reason I pay attention to how people talk about their relationships. Oh man, my husband. Ugh, men, you know what I mean? They're so annoying. Oh, my wife, all the ball and chain. Like, you better be, okay, it's different when you're talking about other men, but you should be careful about how you talk about your husband. And you should be careful about how you're talking about your wife and your partner. Like, the way she is telling the story so far, not good.
And what does that do to? Like, what? Because I'm fat, it's definitely like present.
The more reductive assumptions around someone who is perceived as a third partner or the person who entered into an existing relationship is often that person isn't getting their full needs met, that they're like a bonus or an extra in the legitimate lives or relationship structure that is the marriage or is the primary relationship. We don't use that language. We don't say primary or secondary. We're all equals. So yeah, some of the stereotypes is that it's more superficial. It can't possibly be as deep or as valid, or how could there be enough to go around, enough time, enough attention.
You know what I would like them to do? Right now, they're busy justifying their relationship to straight, monogamous people who we don't care about. I'm a queer person who believes in open relationships and polyamorous relationships. Explain your relationship to me, because I'm not getting it.
Enough love. There were moments, over the course of time where I sort of found myself creating problems in my head that weren't actually there. Like, oh, what if I am disposable in this scenario? Or what if I am not the material?
Man, okay, significant difference between when I did poly and when other people did poly. I was already reading books in high school about poly relationships. I just thought they weren't real. And then I met a real poly person and a real BDSM person. And once I realized it was real, it was very easy for me to transition into poly. Like, it was literally effortless. I never doubted being poly. I never had these conversations in my head. I never worried. I was excited. I was thrilled. I was like, oh my God, this dream fantasy I'd been reading about in books is real. I get to live in the house with all of my best friends and we get to fucking have sex and build families and oh my God, we're going to have so much fun. And then I realized, okay, it's not that great unless you find really good people. But generally speaking, I had a exciting thrill. You did not have to convince me, girl, sign me up. And so that made my experience so much. That means that everybody I was around was already doing it. Everybody I was around was already feeling like this is the best thing that ever happened. Nobody I was with needed to be convinced. We were already there. So this is not the experience I had. And that's why I always think it's a red flag when this is the experience you're having. If the experience you're having is that it's hard, that people have to convince. Now, don't get me wrong. There was drama. There was jealousy, not from me, from other people. There was definitely problems. I definitely had my toxic moments. But there was jealousy from other people. I don't experience jealousy. Not that you shouldn't. It's a very human emotion. I'm just saying the reason poly was very easy for me was because I'm just happy if everyone's happy. I'm happy if I'm happy. I'm just kind of a happy kind of girly. If you're happy, I'm happy. But I really want you to be happy because I swear to God, if you're fake being happy, you're so annoying. So the difference here is very clear. That's why I really strongly believe in polyamorous relationships, because I think if you have truly good people and they truly invest in each other and they truly love each other, it's good. But see how cheating and infidelity and abuse are not a part of those storylines? There's no insecurity about am I enough? Are they dating other people? Yeah, that's all shit you have to deconstruct for sure. Deconstruct it and also maybe deconstruct it before doing. Because here's the thing. It's like the difference between, what's another good example? Being a gym girly and then thinking you want to be a gym girly. You know what I mean? You showing up to the gym and hanging out doesn't mean you're incorporated into the lifestyle. All the the memes, the lore of the bubble. Poly is it's a specific bubble. There are different bubbles who do it. It's not a monolithic experience. It depends. You can I was poly, but I was never a swinger. Right? That's a different group of people. Everyone is different. So I think there's so much like ignorance moving into this space that now the only person with the right information is this middle guy. And he's obviously the wrong person to give the information. Compersion Queen. Yes, chat. Compersion Queen. Every day, all day, baby. Call me Brittany Compersion Simon. Okay? Every day, all day.
A long-term relationship, because I'd always rejected marriage. There is a lot of external pressure, expectation, and messaging that you have to constantly reject when it comes to these things. I have the greatest love in my life right now than I've ever had before, and it has never felt this good. You know, we're told this is too good to be true, but it's not. It actually is our truth.
So can you talk about what was happening in your relationship at the time that you met Royal?
So Lindy and I have always been, in a non-monogamous relationship, but it's not something that either of us really exercised. I had gone through a divorce right before Lindy and I.
See how the story is different? When she did her recent podcast from 2 days ago, the way she tells the story is that they were on a break, and when they got back together, he said, if we're going to get back together, we have to be open. And it was hard for her. But now the story is we've always been non-monogamous. This is 4 years ago. So you see how the story between the 4 years ago and two days ago is different?
I started dating. My previous marriage, there was a lot of jealousy. So I was already on a kick, a non-monogamy kick when we first started seeing each other. But I didn't know how to do it. All of our experience had been in very traditional relationship, formats. It turned into.
So he cheated on his last relationship. Is that what he just said?
Wendy and I started dating. My previous marriage, there was a lot of jealousy. So I was already on a kick.
So he cheated, because that's what that sounds like.
A non-monogamy kick when we first started seeing each other. But I didn't know how to do it. All of our experience had been in very traditional relationship, formats. It turned into a way more.
And note that he is holding her hand at this point. And so that original clip of the TikToker who said the branding looks bad because they're not holding hands, he is holding her hand technically.
Monogamous structure than I think we had planned it to. I was, in a place talking to my therapist, I was really ready to move forward and really ready to explore something that wasn't just a traditional heterosexual monogamous relationship. And when Roya and I met, Roya knew exactly what was going on in my relationship with Lindy.
You can say, we were bad. We were doing bad. I was.
I'm sorry. I'm not celebrating their bad relationship. I'm celebrating my ability to read the room because I'm autistic and sometimes I can't. But I'm reading the fuck out of this room right now.
Really depressed.
On in my relationship with Lindy.
You can say, we were bad. We were doing bad. I was severely depressed and really overwhelmed by my career. I was just in a really, really bad place, which made me not a good partner. And the sort of...
See, it's her fault. She's the reason. It's all her. I hate that. I hate that she's taking on the burden of all of it being her. It's me. I'm the reason. It's because I'm this and I'm that. I hate that for her.
Concepts of non-monogamy or polyamory or whatever made sense to me. I was I understand this, but it takes so much confidence to do, because you can't be codependent at all. You have to fully be.
You can't be codependent in monogamous relationships and do well. Girl, codependency is not okay in any relationship structure. Parenting kid, mentor and mentee, sister, brother, romantic relationship. We're not going to be codependent in any relationship. What do you mean? It's not just special to monogamy or poly, or it's all.
Your own person, and just trust that you are valuable. And I really didn't have that. Aham said something that I have to correct. Traditional monogamous relationships was what both of us were used to. I was not used to that. No man.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. See? See? This is why people are upset. You can't even get the story straight. He has to paint it in a way that makes sense and sounds better. And she goes, I have to correct you. I wish she would correct herself. But no, 2 days ago, she's out here justifying this relationship.
Ever wanted to be monogamous with me, or felt jealousy about me, or wanted to cherish me and keep me as a special jewel. I was trash, So I didn't have that. I had shitty fake relationships with people who didn't want to be seen with me. So, after we fell into this sort of monogamous pattern, the longer we were in that, the scarier the non-monogamy conversation became for me. By the time it was 2018 and I was making a television show based on my life, I was who the fuck am I? You're making creative decisions with a team of people about what parts of your life are interesting and what parts have to be cut and which people don't matter. And like, I'm sorry. It's like really, you know, especially because I wasn't coming at it from a super healthy place. Like I wasn't in therapy and I clearly like was traumatized by my 20s. Like by the time we were making Shrill, I was like,
oh, girly, girly, girly. Oh man, my heart goes out to her, bro. How old is she? I gotta look it up. Hold on. Oh, 43? Okay. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to whiplash you. Let's go back to 2 days ago. This is the interview 2 days ago. Ready?
Yeah.
You know, like I would.
Every conversation was like the big one where he'd be like, I've met someone or I'm dating someone. Like that specter was always kind of looming for you.
Yes.
But then there comes a point, you write about this in your book, where you can't avoid it. Tell me about the moment you found out that Aham was dating someone else.
"2019, I'm recording my audiobook for my second book, and I'm in Seattle. I had just gotten home from being away for 6 months, and I get a text while I'm recording my audiobook. Don't know why I had my phone on. Shouldn't have done that. And I find out that someone who was a fan of mine, who knew what Aham looked like, had seen him kissing someone at a bar. And I just told the engineer that I had a family emergency and I had to go. And I went home and we talked for the rest of the night. And at this point, he was like, he had sort of come to the conclusion that we couldn't resolve this, which is why he went ahead and started dating this person. Because I had been gone. I had refused to talk to him about it. And I had technically agreed to be non-monogamous. And he was like, well, I'm just going to do what I need to do to feel like a person.
So, you know, on Love is Blind season 10, that divorce lawyer dad who's a Trump voter, so we hate him. He said something, though, that I think was really good. He said 2 things to keep a marriage healthy and sustainable. 1, you never call your partner a name they won't forget. And 2, when you make a decision, that person comes first. You think about that person as the priority. That is not being done here. Again, there's you. Okay, I'll use my marriage because we have a custom neurodivergent queer relationship. Okay. Me, my partner, our marriage. Me, my partner, our marriage. Okay. There's me as a whole person and them as a whole person and our marriage as a whole entity. And we both put 100% into ourselves, 100% into this marriage. So we have our things to deal with and we put everything towards this foundational thing because we're doing life together. When I make a decision, when he makes a decision, we think about each other. Everything we do, we check in on a daily basis. If there's anything, we sit down and talk about it, even if it's over doing the dishes, right? Which you brought up earlier. It doesn't matter what it is. We're adults. We love each other. Let's talk about it. We're in our 30s. So just in terms of trajectory, and this is why I tell you, girls, I'm so glad her career took off at a time in her life when it was bad. I hope my career takes off in a time in my life when it's the best. Because holy fucking shit. Okay. So she is in this interview. We're listening to the podcast. She's 42, right? Is that how old she is? 43. She's 43. And this one here, this was 4 years ago in 2022. And so, 39, right? Is that the right math? I can't do math. So you know what I'm saying? I'm 36 for context. I'm 36. When I say my goal, when I get to my 40s, is to be in a greater, when I say I set goals for myself, it's not to compare like, oh, I'm good and she's bad. I'm saying it's a testament to, it doesn't matter how successful you are, or if you have a TV show, if you sold all these books, or if you're a feminist icon, if this is your personal life, what are we doing? I look at this and I think to myself, okay, I'm glad I did this already in my 20s. This was my 20s. This was actually my 20s. Do you know what I'm saying? She is crying over the relationship she's currently in. Okay, it's a past version of that relationship, but it's still the same relationship. She's in this interview crying. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's listen to 2 more minutes of this one, then we'll go back to the video one.
I don't know.
Did it feel like you were losing him? I want to understand, this thing you've been dreading is now happening.
Yeah, I think it felt like I was losing him, but I was just determined to win. That's how I felt. I was like, you're being crazy. I'm the greatest person alive, because I also have high self-esteem in addition to low self-esteem.
We contain multitudes.
I was like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? That's crazy. I let myself be angry in every possible direction, which was actually cathartic because I had been suppressing all those feelings for a really long time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
because I had to be perfect girlfriend, perfect wife.
So this wouldn't happen. So this thing that's happening wouldn't happen.
Yes. So yeah, we had this like multi-day fight. That's also like very tender and sweet, you know, because we actually don't want to hurt each other.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, did you end up, it's a big sigh.
You say you don't want to hurt each other, but then what am I looking at? How can you say, oh, we obviously don't want to hurt each other, but then what is this? What's happening then?
Like, I do not know how to talk to people. I was like on set in my little chair being like I don't know what, you know. The model is that men, you know, cycle through women and upgrade to like the hottest possible wife. And the model is that I am not worthy of love. And I certainly had that proven to me over and over again by the way that I had been treated. And so all the
way you're being treated now.
Empirical evidence was telling me that there's just no way that this man loves me, and because it's impossible. However, I have to say, even in the most turbulent parts, we weren't ever going to like split up or anything.
Yeah, so what was how did the conversation finally happen?
We kind of had a, kind of like don't ask, don't tell policy, around things like that, which sounds so much better on paper than in real life, because when it really fragments your life, which is really hard.
It creates distance. And if you're the person asking not to be told things, you don't know why that distance is there. And like
I mean, that's true. I don't like it. Don't ask, don't tell things. I don't like that.
So resentful this whole time because I was like, why are you so far away from me? Like, I don't understand.
It operated in this way that was really difficult. And
like, how could you do this to your partner? How could you even consent to the love of your life? Don't ask, don't tell. So you're sneaking out, you're going to places, you're staying overnight somewhere, and your person's just like, hey, what are you doing Friday night? It's like, oh, I'm busy. What are you busy with? Out. With who? Friends. It's like, what is happening? Like, what is it? How does the don't ask, don't tell policy even work? How do you explain where you are 5 days a week? I don't understand.
Didn't feel right to like not be able to be transparent about my life and what was going on. And it really came to a head, Roy lost her best friend.
Well, chat says, isn't don't ask, don't tell not the point of poly? Well, they're not in poly at this moment, right? They're in an open relationship, and then they're in the don't ask, don't tell. And then like, they're not even in poly yet, technically. That's the thing is like, what is poly? What is any of this? You have a custom relationship, fuck the labels. How do we prioritize each other 100% in this marriage? And then how do we incorporate other people to be 100% in those relationships?
Best friend in the world. And I mean, that for me, that was the moment that with Lindy, I was like, I'm just going to tell you, I know you don't want to know, but I'm just going to tell you because there's stuff going on and I need to be there. I need to be there for her. I need to be there for you. I need to have a sense of transparency in my life so that I can be the most supportive partner possible in a time where I'm really needed.
And every step that we got closer to sort of transparent non-monogamy, he became a better partner to me. Our relationship and our life together had gotten so much better and, kind of returned to this state of like its potential. And that's why like learning to do this has been the most healing thing, because I have to trust you, which means I have to trust that I'm lovable and valuable. And polyamory is like the perfect antidote to codependency. My only currency in life was like, does a hom like me? How does a hom feel? What's a hom doing? And if I didn't have that, I was like nothing. You have to love with an open hand. You can't, it's not, if you're clutching them to you, it's not love. It's, they're your prisoner.
And for you, Roya, like during this initial period, do you want her to know you? Were you pushing that at all, or like, where were you at?
It did require patience. I was also reluctant to share about our relationship for quite a while.
Actually, great fucking question, chat. Did she go to therapy? Is this a woman who's gone to therapy? Do you know what I mean? Like, is this a woman who's had a mental health professional be like, hey, girly, hello? A good therapist,
Time for a few different reasons. One being its unconventional nature and that can be hard to reveal and open up about. Aham and I also share a professional world to some extent. And so we wanted to be utterly professional and respectful about
Oh, chat's like, what are they doing with their earrings? They're stripping naked. This channel makes people strip naked to be vulnerable as they tell their story. I actually fucking hate the format, but okay.
which way we went about it. And then I really, really cared about Lindy being protected a little bit through all of this because I'm not the big public figure. I was really trying genuinely to be sensitive to it. It wasn't easy. I was falling in love with someone who wanted to be fully available, and they actually...
Can I just tell you, oh my God, my marriage is so easy. Woo! It is so easy. Woo! I want it to be so easy for you. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's the easiest thing I ever did in my life. Girl, it's the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Moving countries was so much easier when it was a healthy relationship. Being long distance was so much easier. Everything, being chronically ill, everything was easier in an easy, because we prioritize each other. We're aiming for health. We're always checking in with each other. We're trying our damnedest to see each other. Every time I hear struggle relationships, it brings me back to my 20s. This is how I talked about relationship in my 20s. Guys, I have old interviews I did with my ex that I still have on private, and I go back and watch them sometimes, and I'm like, and sometimes I'll show my partner, and I'm like, and he's like, oh my God. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I sat through this relationship. He's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. Like, my married partner didn't know me then. So he's just like, I was like, you would have hated me if you knew me then. He's like, yeah, I don't think I would have liked you. And I was like, I didn't like me. Like, just watching us talk, like watching us fight over the simplest, like I will say a word and he will just, my ex will argue with me. It's like pulling fucking teeth versus my married partner. It's like translating. He just translates. His brain goes doop, 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 doop. I know what Brittany's saying. My ex, just everything was pulling fucking teeth, bro. I could have said the sky was blue and he'd be like, it's purple. It's not purple, bro. It's blue. I'm actually it's purple. These people are triggering me.
We weren't. It couldn't be open and transparent. And truly, that lack of transparency is what caused stress and anxiety for everybody.
And just like really logistical ways, like scheduling, like planning. You know, yeah. I had to change plans last minute because of those situations, and I could feel that it was really unfair to Roya and her life.
From where I was sitting, like we were trying to like save our marriage. And he would try to explain to me that like, it's really hurtful to this other person when we can't put something on the calendar. And I just remember being like, I don't know her. I don't care. Who is that? Like, we're married.
Even in my most frustrated moment.
So from her perspective, they were trying to save their failing marriage. And he's like, yeah, but when is the third allowed to come to dinner? When can I see my other girlfriend? Like, it's really hurting her feelings that I can't see her right now. Oh my God, I'm dead. Tess said, I appreciate you saying this about your relationship. It makes me think a lot about my own at the tail ends of my 20s. Yeah. And Chad said, I appreciate you sharing about your relationship because it led me to deconstructing my own past experiences with mine. Exactly. That's why I share, girls. That's why we learn from real people's lives to learn more about our own, because we really are so imperfect. We're a product of our environments. We've all made mistakes. God, one day I might just write a book about all of mine. Who knows? Like you know what I'm saying? Like if anyone is about to tell you, okay, I was in the most loser, dysfunctional relationship ever. And I had the audacity to sit here and be like, I'm so smart. I'm so capable. I'm that girl. How are you that girl? And you are dating this man. Oh my God.
When I wished it would fast forward. I really instinctively knew it was going to get there. It won't just be that Lindy and I have to like know of each other, or there has to be a whole segregated kind of like relationship existence here.
When I finally first met Roya, I remember crying like almost immediately and being like, I'm so sorry. Like, because I could immediately see how much they loved each other. And I started to realize how much pain I had caused Roya.
It never felt like that to me. I always was very...
Okay, wait. Do you guys remember, for the new people here who are just coming into my audience, when I was in my mid-20s, okay, I just got out of a 2-year monogamous relationship. Prior to that, I dated a girl who was open and poly. We had a really good, fun relationship. It wasn't long-term. We weren't going to be together forever, but it was nice. Then I dated a guy for 2 years who was 12 years older. That was a fucking mess. Then my friend calls me up, my BDSM mentor from San Diego, and goes, my friends are in town in Seattle. Can you introduce them to Seattle? And I said, sure. And they were a poly group, 3 people. An older woman who was way too old to be dating the other people in the group, but okay, a doctor, a secondary person in the military, a girl, and a guy. And that guy ended up becoming the on again, off again relationship I had for 5 years. When I first met this group of people, I was going through it. Let me tell you, okay? On top of that, I was taking a break from YouTube because I completely doubted myself as a YouTuber. So I was like working full-time as a nanny. I wasn't on YouTube. I was taking a break. I was like a complete mess. These people came into my life and introduced me into this really fun, amazing, what felt like liberated dynamic. We're all queer. Well, we're all gay or bisexual. All of us were bisexual. Everybody was bisexual. Okay. We were going to Pride together. We were having foursomes together. It's the first woman I ever had sex with, you know, like sex, like all the way, girl. Wore a strap on, had fun. I did everything. We were just having a blast. Okay. And I sat there and I thought, oh my God, this is it. Now, we were just at the beginning friends with benefits. At the beginning, we weren't even dating yet. We were friends with benefits. We were having a fun time. 6 months in, he goes, I love you. And I go, okay. He goes, I love you. And I was like, okay. And he goes, well, do you love me back? I was like, no, not yet. And he goes, you don't love me yet? And I was like, no. Like, I mean, I like you as a person, but I don't love you. And we're talking. I was like, is that okay? And he's like, no, I kind of want to know that you love me. And I was like, oh, I'm not there yet. Like, I'm really just not there yet. And I'm not going to force myself to, because I just come out of this horrible relationship. Okay. We come home that night from watching 50 Shades of Grey, which I should have seen as a red flag because he kind of identified with Christian Grey a little bit, but I didn't know why. Because I was like, he's so toxic and abusive. And he was like, yeah, but he's a hurt child, you know, because he had a bad childhood. He was like, I had a bad childhood. Christian Grey had a bad childhood. I kind of get it. And I was like, I guess, but he's kind of a fucktard. Don't use that word, Brittany. Sorry. He's kind of a fucking loser. Anyways, so it's bringing back the emotions from that time. I'm going back into Brittany from her 20s. Okay, so then we get back to the house, and the surgeon, the adult woman who's way older than all of us, okay, she says to me, if you don't love him, then why are you with him? And I said, well, we're friends with benefits right now. We're friends. We're lovers. We're not dating. And she said, but he wants to know you love him. So either say you love him or you can leave. Mind you, it's like midnight and they lived in Olympia and I had to drive back to Seattle. That, for those who know, is an 1 to 3 hour drive in traffic. Thank goodness it'd be like an hour and a half. And I was like, I am confused about what's happening. Like, what's happening? And she goes, I just think it's fucked up of you to be. Now, she didn't like me. To be fair, we didn't like each other very much. Well, we were fucking, but we didn't like each other very much, okay? Even though we did, but we didn't. It was weird. It was like, she wanted me to respect her. I kind of didn't. It was confusing. It was a little bit of drama. Anyways, so I left. I said, I'm leaving. I got into my car, cried the whole way home, and called my sister and said, I am so upset. Okay, I am so upset. Like, I just don't even know what to do. She goes, fuck those people. Don't ever talk to those people again. I was like, I'm never talking to these losers again. I get home. I tell my roommate. My roommate's like, fuck those people. I was like, fuck those people. 3 days later, I get the call. I'm so sorry, Brittany. I love you. I'm so sorry. I'm just miserable without you. I can't do it. I'm sorry I pressured you. That was so fucked up. I shouldn't have done that. We're so sorry. We're so fucked up. We like you so much. Please, just like, don't leave us. Don't leave us. Like, hang out with us. Come on, bro. Like, not bro, but like, come on. I love you. I love you. I have my journal entry. I could get my journal and read it to you right now. I had never felt like every toxic romance story I'd ever read was coming into real life. Like, it was happening right now. And I was like, oh my God, this is that moment in the novel where the toxic relationship, and then he comes back and he begs you and you take him back and the relationship is better or great, or you get your happy ending. I didn't get a happy ending. I got 5 years of on again, off again, and I left with herpes. So just for the record, because he cheated on me and the girl had herpes and okay. So not only did I not get my happy ending, but I had 5 years of the worst on again, off again relationship I had ever been in. So just a reminder that when you tell yourself a love story is happening to you, if your love story is crying on the phone to all of your friends all of the time, if your love story is crying on an interview thinking about your love, if your love story is coercing, tricking, forcing yourself into a belief that doesn't even work for your spirit, and this happened to me all before 30. All before 30. Before I even turned 30 years old, all this shit was happening. Oh, and on top of that, I was working 2 jobs. And on top of that, I was like trying to get my mental health in order. I was going to therapy. I was literally like trying to get my life in order. And during that time, I was on again, off again with my parents, talking to my family, not talking to my family. Oh my God, it was so messy. It was so messy. And so what I'm saying is, I am not judging this woman. I'm not judging Lindy. I am looking at her and saying, I know what this is. I've been here before. And no, I can't technically know the inner workings of every detail of her relationship. But when I see people talk this way about their relationships and this is how they express themselves, do you know what I mean? Yeah, chat says we want better for her. We want better for her and past Brittany and everybody else. So when people say, I die with no regrets, oh, I have regrets. I regret ever saying yes after I left that first time. When I left the first time, I should never have said yes after that phone call. That's what significantly changed for me after therapy and after philosophical work and after my 30s. Once I got into my 30s, that I became a Brittany that said, I'm not even picking up the phone. I already said I'm leaving. I already said this is unfair. I should never have been put in this position to begin with. Do not put me in a position where you are telling me to go home at midnight. Do not put me in this position. If you put me in this position, that's it. Because in my mind, and this is what worked out for me now that I'm married, healthy relationships, we solve problems before we go to bed, and we would never put our partner in danger by telling them to get into a car while they're upset and to drive home an hour and a half. I would never, ever look at somebody I love and say, get into a car and drive in the dark. Not my worst enemy would I put you in the car to drive at nighttime while you're upset. Never in my life. All right.
Sympathetic to, like, this is a process.
I just remember the whole time being like, I can do it. Hang on. Just slow down.
So I know we touched on it, but can we hear about like your coming together and your meeting and like what was that story?
You know, Lindy got to a place of being open to meeting me and getting to know me in person. And I had wanted that for a long time. I didn't want to be a secret or shameful about our relationship. And I desperately wanted something that felt good and healthy and like no one was being forced to perform what they didn't genuinely feel. Last summer, Lindy and I started texting mostly around the time that she had just taken off on a 1-month road trip alone. Aham and I were meant to spend some time together during that period, and because I live in Portland and they live in Seattle. Aham ended up in the hospital. The situation could have been that like Lindy turns around.
I think that's a 3-hour drive difference because I've also made that drive from Seattle to Portland. I think it's a 3-hour drive. It's a pretty intense drive, but you could do it.
And goes to
I had
in the hospital.
Just gotten to Montana. It was the second night of my road trip. But then Roy was there and I was like, oh, I really see a practical application for this too. Like, there's an extra person. And then Roya was like sending me updates from the hospital because Aham doesn't send good updates. Be like, how are you doing? What's going on? What did the doctor say? And he'd be like, I don't know. And then Roya would send me like a wall of text being like, I have transcribed everything that
Yeah, but we started exchanging like really caring, thoughtful texts about, you know, his condition, but also understanding each other's position. And I said, I'm sure it's so hard to be away right now and to trust and let this other person who you haven't even met yet into the thing that a husband and wife are supposed to be there for. It's in the vows, you know? There really was also something about being trusted that helped me a lot in that process, by being trusted by Lindy. I realized she was letting go of some of her fears and I was letting go of some of my fears. It was a growth spurt, so to speak.
If I knew it was going to help so much, I would have had a major gastrointestinal issue way earlier.
Our actual meeting is really fun.
When we started like flirting.
Roya, when we first started, like we had been barely started seeing each other, and Roya was like, I think both of you are hot.
So then once we started texting about the hospital, we just started a group chat. And so then we had like flirty group chat. And then it was really cute. And then we had a whole plan where I was gonna go to Portland by myself and meet up with Roya and like we were gonna have a date. I got back from my trip like maybe 3 weeks before Aham's birthday. The group chat was going fast and furious. And Aham was like, I just want Roy to come for my birthday. The actual date that I was supposed to go to Portland was like 2 weeks after that. So I was like, okay. I picked Roy up at the train station by myself. And then Roy and I went and had our date. And it was so cute.
It was really, really great. Lindy's so easy to talk to, so funny, so magnetic that I instantly felt comfortable with, and I did not feel like I was just trying to make this whole thing easier,
or to like make it hot
just
for Aham,
or yeah, exactly. It really was, I think, actually, that She instantly liked me as a person and I instantly liked her. And it just kept going from there and it's been exponential.
Was the flirting and the in-person like attraction also instant?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah.
Both of them texted.
Chad says, did Roya know he was cheating on Lindy with her? I think they're not counting it as cheating because they technically agreed to an open relationship, but like Lindy didn't realize it was happening, and the way she found out was because a fan took a picture. So technically, I think they're processing it as not cheating, which is technically true. But the issue is that even if it's technically true that he didn't cheat, it is technically true that she was very fucking upset about it. And so in my mind, that feels like cheating. Emotional cheating, because he didn't consider the emotions of his partner, nor did he care. More than even physical cheating, he said, fuck your feelings, fuck consideration towards you. I'm going to go do this thing that's going to make you so distraught when you find out. And then somebody did take a picture and send it to her. So technically, he didn't literally cheat, but he might as well have. Because the result was the same. She reacted like he had cheated because she was so shocked at realizing he was with somebody else.
Me like 15 minutes after they like met.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. If we have to technically, this is not this much. It's not ethical. Exactly. If I have to be like, well, technically, the communication isn't good. It's like you're playing mind games to get him away from the responsibility. Exactly.
And they were both like, okay, we're best friends now. They were both just like okay, okay. It's my birthday. I'll take it.
She just does not look, none of them look truly, well, listen, I'm not a big fan of doing interviews with your partner. You have to be a very careful interviewee. You know what I mean? So I don't know what to read of their body language and everything else. And we're not reading their body language, but I mean, they just don't feel very convincing.
One of the most beautiful things about where we've ended up is that there has never really been an agenda. I was never trying to, merge relationships or never trying to be a,
Yeah, it was really organic.
It was very organic that just really started with the two of them talking.
So actually, great point from Discord once again. So Raya was under the impression that everything was fine. Gotcha. Actually, yeah, I think that's even another layer of deception is did he convince Roya, that everything was fine? That, oh, Lindy's in it. Everybody's in it. Everyone's good. Like, did she even know there was issues?
How does intimacy?
Because I do think you should be able to consent to how toxic is the relationship I'm getting involved in. Like if you were a single person and there is a poly couple or poly triad or a polycule and they're like, oh, hey, like if you start dating someone and be like, what's the relationships like? Are you guys all good? Is everybody in a healthy space? Or am I about to date a bunch of people? Because like that's what the mistake I made because I didn't know. Remember that I had met my ex through a friend that I thought I could trust. So that's another layer of like vetting doesn't always work. Yeah, my friend vet them because they knew them for years. But my friend I didn't realize till later, like not the greatest vetter of people, right? So there were layers to this of like who to trust. But I wish I had known how much toxicity I was walking into because they had sold to me that they were all on the same page and it was super healthy and they had a great poly relationship. And I was so young and so new and so like, pretty virginal, but not virginal. I mean, I really hadn't been I'd been like with two people. I was like pretty inexperienced with a lot of things. I was still like kind of figuring out my footing. I was still kind of figuring out things. Like a lot of things were still very new to me. And plus this person was so old in the group that I thought they were old and wise, but they were just old. So there was a lot of mistakes I made as a naive person that, lessons learned, but oh my God. And look, there were so many signs. Guys, one time I went over to their house. I made them Assyrian food. I made them hummus kubi. I made them a big dish of Assyrian food. It was a big deal. It was my love language. They ate it. They didn't seem that impressed. I was like kind of hurt by that, but that's okay. It's a delicious meal, let me tell you. And I left it in the fridge and I was poor. Remember, this woman was making like $20K a month and I was making $20K a year, like $40K a year on a good year, maybe 35. Like I was making like no monies at this time. Okay, I was not making money like that. So she's making $20K a month. Okay, never had money. It was a whole thing. I leave a bunch of food in the fridge for them and I say, make sure you guys eat it. Okay. There's 3 of you. Make sure you eat this food. Because if I come back next week and it's still in the fridge, I'm going to get my feelings hurt. Or let me take it home. I said, let me take it home with me if you're not going to eat it. They go, no, leave it. We'll eat it. I got back a week later and guess what's in the fridge? The hummus kubi I made. I use my money. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to make them understand. Like, you take advantage of people. It never felt intentional. It felt like they just didn't think about it. And so I guess there's another part of it too, where like, I don't think they're sitting around going, he. How do we make Brittany feel bad? Like Dr. Kirk Honda says, many people, even psychopaths, they don't sit around and necessarily think like, he. They move off compulsion. They move off comfortability. They do what makes sense. You know? Yeah, Discord. Cruelty by negligence. Exactly. It's like you are neglecting this relationship because you're not even being thoughtful. You know what I mean? So anyways.
For each of you differ from past relationships? How do you experience it? How does it happen? What does it look like?
I feel like our sex life was always amazing.
I felt a real extreme pressure to make everything seem very like even and fair, and everyone's getting the same amount of attention, the same amount of like, and.
Okay, but you volunteered for that role. You specifically said that you wanted to be project manager.
I think I worked probably a little harder.
Oh, I'm tired of the thing I signed up for and asked for. That's what he just said.
Than I had to at the beginning, in terms of just like making sure that everyone had no doubt about how wanted they were in this scenario.
Like I had sort of written off the idea of like experiencing new feelings or like new desires or anything exciting. This has brought me back to life in such a palpable way where like people notice every day. People are like, oh my God, what's different about you? And it's like everything, but also not. Also, it's like I feel like a return to my younger self who was like excited and hungry.
For me, I had some insecurities and worries around being the partner that is still getting to know everybody and doesn't have this legacy of like an 11-year relationship and a 6-year marriage and at that point and all those things. So there's like stages of growth that we're moving through, like really opening up to all the possibilities of the 3 of us and what Lindy and I have one-on-one together. All of those dynamics are really exciting. I get so much of what I didn't even know I needed and wanted, physically and otherwise. And it's entirely possible that this would not work with everybody. This is specific to the 3 of us, but it's very possible that it could work for all kinds of people. And people don't feel allowed to even try.
Okay, pause. Going back to the one so that was 4 years ago. This is 2 days ago.
As the days went on, did you ask more questions about this person that Aham was saying? Did you start to get curious?
Nope. Well, I think I was like, don't tell me anything about this stupid person. I don't want to know. Like, I was like a baby. I was like full child self. You know what I mean? Like having a tantrum. Mm-hmm. I was not wearing my adult woman pants. I was, I was very much like, is she prettier than me? Do you love her more than me? You know, do you guys laugh at me?
Do you remember what he said to that question?
Yeah, he said no. You know, he said she's a really good person and you're just different. And he was like, you're my wife. Like, I don't love anybody more than you. You know,
Did that feel true to you in that moment?
Yes. And I just didn't understand. I was like, man, we found the best thing. You know, we did it. Like, we're best friends and we get to hang out every day. Why do you want to fuck it up, dude?
What more could you want? Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, you were kind of forced to reckon with the fact that this person Aham was dating was a pretty big part of his life. Tell me what you found out and how that made you feel.
So,
wait, what?
He told me that her name was Roya, and she was one of the artistic directors of a venue in Portland that had put on one of his shows. So I actually met her when they did the show there. And she was so nice. Like, I remembered meeting her. I know, she was like so small. She was like the tiniest little person. I am the biggest, loudest. Well, I'm not going to be self-deprecating, but I'm tall and I'm big and I take up a lot of space and energy. And she was just like a tiny little beautiful, she's like kind of goth, you know,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm like, I kind of dress like a clown. Just very much an
Wait, Chetsing, are they still together? Wait, now I don't know who you're talking about. As far as I know, everyone is still together. We'll see if Roya and him are still together, but apparently she's still married.
verse of me in a lot of ways. And
Which
of
is
course,
which is why she wrote this book and she's talking about it.
ways that made me feel wildly insecure.
So how did you found out Aham, sat you down at one point and was like, I need to tell you more about who this person is?
Yeah, because her best friend died. And it was one of those best friendships that's like family, and she was his primary caregiver during his illness, and it was just yeah. And
oh, she's talking about the hospital visit because she was on her road trip.
He was his primary caregiver during his illness, and it was just yeah. And she needed her support system there, and Aham was part of her support system. And Aham is a good person who cares about people really deeply, and he needed to go to Portland to be with her during these really hard weeks. And I remember being mad and being like, I'm not ready, and you never wait for me to be ready. You just do whatever you want to do. But then being like, what am I going to say? No, you can't go, I don't want to be the kind of person that says someone important to you is in
pain,
unimaginable pain, and I'm going to sort of petulantly say, no, you need to stay here with me. I don't want to be that person. And I simultaneously, I'm doing all this work in my...
That's my concern. My concern is that she's still the person that doesn't want to be the bad guy so badly that she's also not willing to have a good life. That she's also not willing to have a joyful life because she's afraid to actually say, like, no. My partnership, when we were getting married, I said, okay, financially, because we're going to mix money, we're going to share income. In our budget, there has to be a budget for emergencies of if my family or friends die, because I'm moving to a country where all your family and friends live. So if somebody dies, we can take a car ride. If somebody in my life dies, I have to take a plane ride. That's a $1,500 to $2,000 investment every time somebody in my life is going through something that I might have to make that move. Now, of course, we have a big network. So hopefully if somebody in my life is in the hospital, I can call about 12 other people to be there before it has to get to me. But for some people, they're going to want me number one, right? So that's something we talked about in our marriage. The tongue tie. The difference here is that in this relationship, it's an open relationship. She already hates that she's in it. She already hates that her marriage is basically break up or get back together, depending on this thing, right? She's upset that this is another woman she doesn't even know, right? There's other layers to this that are so important that she is at the hope of keeping her marriage really self-harming. Like, I feel like we're listening to a story that's supposed to be a love story that is a self-harm story.
My own therapy. Most of which is about
therapy.
And I simultaneously, I'm doing all this work in my own therapy. Most of which is about me kind of remember.
See, though, how therapy without philosophy isn't good. And her philosophy seems to be white liberal feminism. So she's a feminist writer, right? She's written a lot of books. She's had a TV show made about her life. She's a white liberal feminist. This screams liberal. And this is why I say she still centers around men. She's still upholding patriarchy. She might say she's in a queer or deconstructed or whatever word relationship she wants to make up. But really, this is just a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and P.S., just for the record, in my old polycule, when I was like dating those 3 other people or / with them, everyone had their own dynamic. I had my own dynamic with every single person. I was mostly dating the guy and then kind of lovers with the girls. But the surgeon, the doctor, she was the dominant. We were all bottoms to her. So just to add another layer of the dynamic, she was our dominant. She was our top. She was my top, their dominant. Because there was a BDSM element that went into it. Which, by the way, I will say, pause, very sexy. Like, genuinely, very fun. Like, I'm not even going to play with you that I experienced some of the greatest BDSM that I've ever done in my life. And there was a lot of toxicity there, though. There was a lot of toxicity there. Okay? A lot. So much. But I couldn't see it because I was having so much fun. I couldn't see how bad it was because even when it was bad, we were having so much fun. So it kept confusing me. Like, how am I having the greatest time of my life and I'm fucking hurting? How am I fucking having the greatest pride events, clubbing events, BDSM events, drinking events, sex events, and I'm fucking dying? How are both of these things happening? How am I calling my friends and saying this is the best relationship I've ever been in, and also calling my friends and saying I have to kill myself? I don't know what I'm doing. Because I was inexperienced, I didn't know, I wasn't educated enough. I thought because I had read all these books, I knew what I was doing. I wasn't philosophically really foundationed. I didn't have my values figured out. Like, I didn't really have my values. That was the key component, girls. I really didn't know my right versus wrong. Because if I really knew my right versus wrong, I would have known how wrong that situation was. But it wasn't because of the BDSM, and it wasn't because of the sex, and it wasn't because of the poly. It was because the way everybody was being treated and the amount of neglect that existed in that space. If I really knew right from wrong, I would have known how wrong I was being treated.
Who I am, not as part of a couple, because especially since I had set it up as the perfect wife challenge, difficulty level impossible. I had really lost sight of who I was outside of that couple, because my job was to do the couple and do it the best I could and do it exactly how I thought Aham would want it, aside from the one thing he told me he did want.
I just don't think this is funny at all. Like, I am struggling to find this story funny. Now, I will say, because Jess said, was there an age gap between you and the surgeon? Yeah, so there was like 12 years, if I remember correctly, because she was the same age as my ex. And so she was 12 years older-ish, and then my male partner was 3 years younger. So she was 15 years older than him. So keep in mind, you know how they broke up? I'll tell you. How stupid am I? Listen to this story. We're in the shower. I remember we're taking a bath, me and him. And I looked at him and I said, he's at my place at this moment. So she had her place that he lived, and I had my place where he visited. And I said, you should break up with her. And he said, why? And I was like, she's an older woman. You're a younger person. You don't have a job. She's the reason you left college. Don't you think you're in an abusive age gap relationship? And at this point, she and I were not friendly. So at this point, he was dating both of us, but she and I stopped seeing each other completely because I thought she was bad for him. I did. Here's the irony, though. He was also bad for her because he was also bad for me. He was the common denominator of everything that went wrong with every woman that man had ever met. He was taking advantage of her money. He was absolutely using her for money. Okay. And she was incredibly toxic enough to be with this man because he was a boy compared to her. He was so much younger. So, like, what was she doing? Chet said she's his mommy figure, literally. Oh, and his mother did not like her. Let me tell you, his mother loved me so much more because, like, we were much closer in age. It made more sense. And even his own mother told me, Brittany, I can't imagine a well put together, a healthy adult woman dating my son. And it almost felt like permission to finally leave him. She did, in many ways, give me permission to finally leave him. I mean, who knows better than a mother, And it was great. Like, that really freed me from being with that man, It really was the last straw. But all of this to say, listen, I was in my head thinking, oh, he's being abused. He's in a bad relationship. And I do think there's something about that. But I really do think he was using her for money. I do. I think he was abusive. I think he was manipulative. I think he was genuinely there were so many problems with him. But I really struggled to see that his problems weren't from his childhood and couldn't be solved in therapy. And if he really wanted to, he could. But the thing is, and this is what I accepted after 5 years, he didn't want to. I think the most devastating parts about your family dynamics, your parent dynamics, your sibling dynamics, your friend dynamics, your lover dynamics is realizing the people you love don't want to. That the people you love don't want to. And that's what I'm hearing from this woman. She is making excuses for the fact that he doesn't want to. And she's saying, well, if he won't, then I will, even if it's coming at the expense of.
And so I was starting to wake up those muscles of being just Lindy. Who is that? And I was spending time with my friends more, and I was spending more time alone. And so he left. I was still uncomfortable and anxious, but
yeah, you knew for the first time where he was, and he was with this other woman.
Yeah. And I was like, I had to sort of imagine what they were doing. And basically he started going regularly, like maybe once a month. And it just got easier every time, and I started to experiment with letting go. What if I do picture what they're doing? What if I do think about her? What if I looked at her picture on Instagram and thought about her as a person?
Okay, I do think she's super I do listen, I don't experience jealousy. So like the idea of like not looking her up or not being friends with her or being upset thinking about what they're doing together, that stuff never bothered me. I don't get bothered by any of that because I don't think there's anything unethical or wrong with it. So like when I would come home from work and my partner had somebody in bed and it was usually one of our friends, I'd be like, oh, hey guys, what's up? And then I'd sit down and start talking to them while they were having sex. Completely normal for me. There's just nothing unethical happening. We're all informed. I like you. I'm friends with you. Did not care. So that for me made me know I was great for poly. I'm a perfectly suited person for polyamory or even secure monogamy. Like I'm a very fucking secure attached person. If you're this though, I could not even imagine doing any form of poly when you can't even talk to the girl, want to be friends with the girl, imagine what they're doing together. Like that's really hard for me to process that she thought at this stage in her life, while she was a feminist writer, writing feminist books, doing feminist things, that she thought she could handle it. I genuinely really enjoyed all the good parts of my relationship with these people. So for all the bad, all the good was really good. When it was really good, it was really good. When it was really bad, it was really bad. But it never bothered me that people were dating other people. It never bothered me that people were having sex. And none of that ever bothered me. What bothered me was deception, neglect, abuse, manipulation, lying, like all the shit that should bother you. You know what I mean? But yeah, I never cared that people were having sex. I cared that people were having unethical versions of sex or not lack of informed sex, right?
And who's not an adversary to me. And the more I did that, it felt so much better than just being in denial and being scared and being fearful of losing control. Because you actually can't control other people. Should I be able to? Yes.
Yeah. But the only person I can control is myself, like my one wild and precious life. I mean, so you're doing this personal work. You're trying to figure out like, who is Lindy? You're trying to also like see Lindy as a person. And you decide to embark on a kind of classic, I'd say, adventure of self-discovery, the Great American Road Trip. Tell me how this road...
Same girl. I did 2 of them myself. A huge part of my growth. 2 road trips fundamentally changed my life. Okay, guys, ready? We're going back to 4 years ago. So this interview happened 2 days ago. We're going back in time to 4 years ago. Are you ready?
When do each of you feel the most vulnerable in the relationship?
When I worry that I can't be enough, I worry that I can't be there enough emotionally, that I can't be there enough physically for these 2 people that I love so much. That extends deeper because what will happen is I'll get so into wanting to make sure that I can be enough to these people that I lose myself sometimes, like, and that I lose my own, needs and my own mental health.
I would say when I'm alone, like back alone by myself where I live. Am I actually alone? Am I partnered? Like, could this all go away? And if it does, I'm by myself. And these 2 people have each other still. That feeling was more.
Hold on. Is this a past conversation or a present? Are they saying presently or are they saying past? Didn't she say, when do you guys feel most vulnerable? Is she using past connotation? Like, if you ask me, when do you feel the most vulnerable? I'd say, sarcastically, I want to say if I shit with the door open, which I never do, because I would never be that vulnerable. But realistically, if you said, like, when do you feel the most vulnerable in what? In my relationship? In a good way? Like, or in a scared way? Because, like, never in a bad way, always in a good way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I only feel good vulnerability in this marriage. I don't feel bad vulnerability. There's just, you know what I'm saying? So I only feel like that's the the slowness, the looking at each other's eyes. Like, that's when I feel the most vulnerable, and it's nothing but love. And it makes you feel like, I don't feel negative vulnerability. I don't feel afraid in this relationship. There's no doubts in this relationship. I don't ever think about what versus my other relationships. Oh my God, it was doubt every day, all day. But this relationship, no. I never, ever doubt it. I don't doubt it the same way I don't doubt myself. I think the only thing that we ever doubt is whether or not we're paying too much for this apartment. It's a really good apartment. It's the only place I took Indiana, but I think that's the only thing we ever really doubt,
Present previously than it is now. And I grow more and more confident every day in it.
When I'm gonna be away seeing Roya, you can't not have some voice in your head saying like, okay, well, this is the trip when Aham's gonna realize that he loves Roya way more and does not need you, and they would be happier without you, and they could just be together and like be this beautiful, unit. Now I'm in this situation where like, what if Roya stops liking me? What if, because like Roya's been gone for a couple months on sabbatical.
So she's still worried. What if she doesn't like me? What if they don't like me? Okay, but what if they don't? Chat said, okay, but Ocean View, yeah, but the irony of Croatia is like we could get a dirt poor apartment. Like, no offense, not dirt poor. That's the wrong way to phrase that. My partner lived in a 300-year-old apartment a month and had an ocean view. So like maybe not the same ocean view or sea view, to be fair. But the cool thing about living in Croatia is everybody gets to enjoy the sea view. So honestly, if this apartment, listen, we tell ourselves it's because it's the only place that took Indiana. And I stand by that. Our landlord is really good. For once, we have a really great landlord. But let me tell you, that's the only thing we ever talk about. Like, should we move? And then I can't. I love this place so much, girls. You know what I mean? But isn't that a blessing? The blessing in our life is the thing we doubt the most is our rent. But that's, we always say like, oh my God, those financial gurus would be like, why are you paying this much? We live within our means though. We live within our income. We could be living a little cheaper. Anyways, you only live once. But let me tell you. The fact that she's even worried about whether or not the girl is going to abandon her, it's called abandonment issues. Abandonment issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? I don't think, okay, girls, friendships. Don't talk about relationships, okay? Friendships. I don't think this with my friends. Right now, maybe it's the era of my life as well. I'll say that. The era of my life is, all my friends are good. All my family is good. I have zero doubts about anybody who's in my life. Okay? I'm not worried about my friends abandoning me. I'm not worried about, but everybody is healthy. Everyone's good. You know what I'm saying? So like, why is this grown woman who's got a TV show made after her, who's written these books, who's done all these things? Do you know what I mean? Why is she still doubting everything? And then why doesn't that feel like the red flag? But not her. She's not the red flag. Why isn't her environment giving the reassurance she needs and her philosophical perspective coinciding with her joy? Because how can she be joyful in a relationship she didn't sign up for, that she really didn't want?
And they would go have these long phone calls, and he would go for a walk for like 2 hours and talk to her. And I wasn't jealous, like, oh, Roya's getting this time with Aham. I was like, oh, Aham gets all this time with Roya? Like, I was like jealous in the other direction, where I was like, that's not fair. And I started having these insecurities of like, oh, is this not real? And then I started being like, ugh, which is kind of a fun insecurity to have, like, because it feels like a crush,
When is the other most beautiful to you, each of you?
When Lindy and I first got together, I remember like the first night that we hooked up, we just sat up all night talking, like watching dumb TV and making fun of it and like laughing, and it was like intimate and sexy and like affectionate and funny, and like we can just like talk, and we can just like, there's this ease, and then there's like a way when I'm with Roya where like, we don't have to talk, we can just like hold each other and like be vulnerable, and like the real answer to your question is all the time. All the time, I'm just absolutely blown away. Like that these people exist and they get to be in my life. There's just the fullness of the beauty of both of them and all of us, and it's very overwhelming.
Aham gets this really beautiful, like childlike quality. I always think about how much trauma you had as a little kid and what a pure, loving little being you were, and it got ground out of you in certain ways, and sometimes I can still see it, and it's so beautiful. Roya has this light that is just, especially with like being married or being together for 11 years, sometimes Aham and I are bogged down and we're just like, and Roya will show up and just be like, bing, like she will just be so excited about everything, and she brought you a present, and Roya knows everyone's birthday, and she's just like the pure light.
I love the Aham that loves Lindy. I love the Lindy that Aham, who loves Aham and Aham. They really do have an incredible chemistry and a universe that they share. That
Chet said, I vote these two ladies leave this dusty dude behind. Bro, it's like, I don't even want to blame him completely, but I do think he's primarily like the toxic part of the relationship. And I really do think he is incredibly unethical as a person. Like, he is obviously dragging and convincing. If you have to drag and convince, it just feels very unethical. So it's like, bro, I don't even want to blame you like that, but you're obviously the most accountable, because these women are relying on your narrative. The women are relying on you to tell the truth. The women are relying. It's always about what he wants over what they want. And he is fine with that.
I feel beyond privileged to be part of and be included in, and that like that universe is expanding and I can feel that. That is what's most beautiful to me.
What is each of your definition of love?
I feel like when Aham and I, earlier in our relationship, when I was, in a much more immature, more codependent place, not to do therapy talk, I wish that I could like crawl inside of Aham's body.
Hold on, I gotta hear that again.
Earlier in our relationship, when I was, in a much more immature, more codependent place, not to do therapy talk, I wish that I could like crawl inside of Aham's body and like have him carry this pain instead of me. And I don't feel like that anymore, because to me now what we have is just all three of us standing as ourselves, catching each other. I don't need to disappear to feel okay. I remember when we first talked to our couples therapist about Roya, she was like, well, a tripod is more stable than a bipod. I don't remember.
That's why they don't even make those.
My understanding of love now is, choosing to like see each other and stay and grow and care for each other without wanting the other people to disappear.
When we talk about receiving love or being in love, I feel like that allows you to be discovering yourself and coming to better understand, know, and love yourself and meet your own needs, and be the best person to yourself that you can be.
What good love looks like is when you stop loving someone for who they are to you, what they mean to you, and then you love the person for who they are, the actual person that you're with. It's just being yourself. Love is being yourself, and being with someone who is themselves, and exploring the beauty of that.
That was just absolutely insanely beyond expectation amazing, and wow. We want to extend a huge thank you to our partners, Dame and Dipsy, for support.
Let me get you a link to this. This is 4 years ago. I'll post this video. You guys can check out if you want. What I want to do is I want to go to the comments. 5 days ago, Lindy should cut off the money and see how long this relationship stays together. She deserves much better than this. This guy's a sleazeball. It would have been better to be single than to be abused like this. 4 days ago, God, poor Lindy. These people are both sponging off her, and she's too lonely to kick them to the curb. She's desperate to hold on to a man, and this dude is obviously more into the other girl. I'm mortified for her. 11 months ago, I don't see what Lindy is getting out of this. What Aham was talking about for the first time he hooked up with Lindy, he was describing how she entertained him all night and how funny and amazing she was. But Roya, he was just happy to hold her and she didn't have to do anything for him, and that's enough. I think that sums up their relationship right there. He sponges Lindy's money, or sparkle, humor, magic, and money, and puts all of his loving and caring into Roya, who doesn't have to give anything back. 2 years ago, whoa, there are some pretty stark red flags here. Lindy, please trust yourself and your intuition. 3 years ago, it doesn't smell like polyamory at all, but smells like a narcissist man, Aham, abusing a codependent victim, Lindy, to bring his new lover, Roya, into his existing marriage. 4 years ago, I really want to see poly relationship with 2 men and 1 woman. Okay? 4 years ago, why am I left feeling like they are trying to convince themselves that this is working? Well, there you go. Okay, so that's that one. Let's go back to this one. I'm going to skip ahead because I just want to see if there's anything interesting towards the end of it. Now she's telling the story, right? She's about to tell the story about the, let's see, hold on. The road trip.
Factored into this work you were.
Okay, the road trip. Let me skip a bit.
Nameless.
This is 2 days ago.
This faceless person that Aham was dating was threat level 100 for you, right? And now, it's so much has already changed, but like to introduce this idea, at least, in one direction, of attraction, of a crush, that changes this from threat to potentially desire, or at least connection. And that feels like something.
And it was honestly the first time in like a year that I felt, I think, totally calm.
Whoa.
Because she had just been this big cloud of mystery.
Okay, I'm going to forward. I want to see if they're still together, if there's any updates.
I was like, who fucking cares? Oh my God, can I just live and just do something impulsive that feels right to me in this moment and not think everything to death? And why do other people get to have vibrant, curious, exciting sex lives and romantic lives and connections with other people, and I deny myself that? Why do I just hide all the time? And why don't I just let myself live and just see what happens? And so I did.
This is I am so charmed by that. And also, it just feels like some of the most reflective, pre-sexy pic thoughts maybe someone's ever had. You know, like when I'm sending like a cute pic, I'm like, I look good, ship it. You know what I mean? And you're like, what type of person am I?
I'm skipping a bit.
And it's like all this stuff is happening under the hood, but then also in the present moment of that call, can I ask you, like, you're feeling attracted to Roya sexually, it sounds like.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Had you been attracted to women in the past?
I mean, kind of idly, not like professionally, you know?
Minor league, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe I thought everyone has some default baseline attraction to women because women are obviously the best. They're like pretty and yeah. So I think I just was like, well, who doesn't kind of like women, right?
Yeah.
Everyone. So I don't think I interrogated that much my I knew that I was sort of mostly straight, but also I didn't really care that much. I was like, yeah, sure. I mean,
yeah.
Who's into me? What's going on out there?
Who has a crush on me? Raise your hand if you have a crush on me.
Yeah, I struggle with that kind of like, I just discovered I'm bisexual because my husband opened up our marriage and now he's poly. So there is sort of I call it the kind of woman that's willing to date women as long as there's a man involved. Would you be with a woman if there wasn't a man involved? That was always my criteria for dating women, which was like, if we date, I need to know that you're not going to sit there and be like, I miss men, I miss women. Like, what is this gender binary? I just want you to love me for me and I'm enough. Because, you know, people always ask me that, like, oh, you're like in a marriage that's monogamous. Aren't you going to miss the opposite gender? Like, I don't care about that. I don't want to be in a marriage or a relationship where you look at other people as objects for their genitals or sexual orientation or whatever you want to say, the body that they're in, and say, like, I just can't live my life without dick. Like, what? I just can't live my life without a man at the center. Like, I didn't want that. So when I dated women or dated anybody, the criteria was always like, I want you to be with me for me. And I don't want to be in a relationship where you don't feel like it's enough. Like the sex isn't going to be good enough, or the romance isn't going to be good enough, or you're not going to feel, because again, for me, you're good enough. For me, you're good enough. And so I'm going to need to be good enough, you know? And so, yeah, I really struggle with that narrative of like, oh, I just realized I'm into girls now that this thing that happened to me happened and I didn't even want to be here. Okay, let me see if that's the end of the pod or if it's just like a musical break, because I can't tell. Hello?
Stay with us.
Don't tell me what to do.
Back
there. The trip has to end. After a month, when you came back to Seattle, was Roya there?
No, she wasn't.
Wait, did we just hear this whole... So how is this... So do they just tell the whole story on both pods? Like if you go 4 years ago, it's the same story. If you go right now, it's the same story. Did nothing change?
There. But I got back on July 7th or 8th.
I'm forwarding.
Just like Roya and I, like Roya like fell asleep in my arms and we slept the whole night. And I was like, why was this so comfortable? You know, why this was so like sweet and
one. And you described that you were looking forward to a sort of classic marriage. How do you feel about that now?
I feel like I customized my life to something that...
Which is what I want you to do. I want you to customize your life to something that works, but...
is the thing that I want and swap that in, you know?
Okay, but is it what you want or is it what you need? Because it's also more than what you want. My life isn't just what I want. It's also what I need. It's also what makes me joyful. I don't get everything I want because not everything I want is good for me. Okay, wants is not enough. Is this truly customizable to the joyful person that you are?
I don't.
Because what she could tell herself is like, I want my husband to be happy, so I'm willing to do whatever I want. I just want him happy. That's not enough.
I don't want to chase an ideal that someone else made up. It really, that's what this feels like to me. It feels like I customized it. I customized marriage to the specifications that are fun and fulfilling to me. So I don't really think about it anymore. And it just like feels like things found their way to where we needed to be. And no, that's so passive. We worked really hard and created the life that we wanted.
So are they
Lindy
still
West,
together?
my goodness, thank you so much for this conversation.
Oh my God, thank you. This was so fun.
I'm going to the comments. Hold on. One day ago, looking forward to her divorce memoir, finding freedom and reclaiming myself. That's crazy. I don't know, girl. So sad to hear her feminists like her feel a need to defend and justify a man's refusal to be monogamous. Let's see. What a disaster. So far, every modern love episode I've listened to so far has left me feeling upset. This breaks my heart. So wait, like, after listening to this now, I realize I'm not as liberal as I thought. No, I am more than liberal. I'm very progressive. This feels like liberal. No, don't go more conservative. Go more progressive. Lindy West relationship. Roar. What's their name? Rora? Did I spell it right? It says Lindsay West is in a polyamorous relationship with her husband Aham and their partner Roya. The three have been committed in a triad relationship since roughly 21-22, navigating non-monogamy. Okay, let me see. So does this mean, okay, so they're doing all this stuff about her. So they're still together, I guess. We did married 9 years. Sorry, haters. Lindy West. Let's see what this is. So this is like a Aham post from 2024. What do you mean? Sorry, haters, but I still love Aham. The same amount, so get used to it. Oh my God. Holy fuck, embarrassing. Your wedding post says we did married 9 years. Sorry, haters, but I still love Aham. That's your wedding post caption? What? Girl, let's look at his Instagram. Oh, he, him, they. He's a he, him, they, them. What does he do? Music?
Storyteller pushes you to think outside of boundaries.
Of 2001, I was 18, almost 19 years old. Back then, as a young musician, I did a lot of playing on the street, busking to make money. That day, I was supposed to meet up with my friend Mike, who was a bass player, and we were going to play on the street. And when Mike showed up, he was like, "Hey, Aham, I just heard that Elvin Jones is playing."
Interesting.
You know, comedy is a big element in these shows, and comedy is a very embodied thing. Laughter is it moves your whole.
Oh, they're giving a tamer version of Aubrey Marcus. Like, you know how Aubrey Marcus has his like poly cult where he's told the women the like spirit of Anubis or some shit, like Isis, whoever it was, inspired him to make babies or something. This is like a calmer version of it. This, you know what I'm saying? It just gives that vibe. Look, this channel, we have reviewed so many poly relationships that look so chill, so relaxed, so normal. This is just not giving that. This is giving desperate. This is giving trauma. This is giving, you do you. I trust you. You're an adult. You're in your 40s. But listen, if listening to my story, listening to Lindy's, brings you any closer to you getting the right therapy, doing the philosophical work, figuring out your values, and staying healthy, I'm here for it. Learn from my mistakes, girl, because I regret so much. And what I regret, okay, it's worth regretting. It's okay to regret shit you've done that you're like, shouldn't have done that. Because, I'd rather die without regrets, meaning I tried to do all the things I wanted to do, and I'd rather die knowing I do regret some of it. And some of it was definitely, okay, taking back people into my life I shouldn't have taken back. We broke up for a reason. We fought for a reason. You know what I mean? My intuition, my intellect, I knew, but I doubted myself. I allowed the doubt I had to convince me. I doubted myself so severely. Me, arrogant Taurus Brittany, top energy Brittany, doubted myself so significantly that I let a 5-year on again, off again toxic relationship remain in my life Literally 4.5 years longer than it should have. Can you imagine 4.5 years longer, 6 months in, and we had our first fight and quote breakup? Should never have let him back into my life. But here I was, you know, convincing myself that if I just got him the right amount of help, and this was for a boyfriend. You know what I mean? I already knew I didn't want to marry him. I already knew we had to get to a place where I could marry him. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you do what you want to do. I trust you. You're an adult. You have to live your life and make your mistakes. But if you are already fighting, if you are breaking up and getting back together again, not worth it. Okay? Healthy relationships, they break up too, because two great people don't always mean that's your person. But the way you break up matters. Why you break up matters. Okay? If it's toxic, it's toxic. Let it go. If it's healthy, it's okay to let it go as well, because normal, healthy people break up. A breakup isn't the issue. The issue is staying in a toxic relationship. Maybe the issue is settling. Chet says the chemicals got you. Oh, they were good. Let me just end with that note. These chemicals between us were intoxicatingly good. We were sober. And it felt like we were high. It felt like this is what love must be, because I am the smells, the feelings, just the fingertips gliding against my shoulder. It felt like, oh my God, I am high as fuck, bro. I was in love with this feel. It was so fucking good. Talk about chemicals, bro. So fucking good. The makeup sex was good. Everything was good. But I'm telling you right now, that is the drugs talking. The body drugs. It was the body drugs. But it was, you know. So when that person asked me, do you think you'll be bored in your marriage because it's so healthy? Let me just tell you this on the other side of it. I get all of the good parts and none of the bad parts. In my marriage today, which is what I hope for everybody, I have a considerate, respectful partner whose touch makes me feel like I'm so alive, whose smell makes me feel like I'm going crazy, with none of the come down, none of the negative, none of the doubt, none of the abuse. Okay? I can actually look my partner in the eye when we make love. I can actually enjoy and feel safe in my home. Okay? I actually want to be at home with my partner. I'm not walking around eggshells. So in a healthy relationship, you get everything with none of the negatives. But in a toxic relationship, you get the good and you got to deal with the bad. That's the price you pay for a toxic relationship. And they will convince you it's the price everyone's paying. That's what my ex used to say. He used to say, Brittany, everybody fights. Brittany, this is everyone's relationship. And I'm like, it's not my parents' relationship. That's not the way I was raised. My parents never fought like this. I've never seen my parents fight like this. And then it hit me because my dad always hated, you know, they always hated him. My family always hated him. But that was the point. Like, why was I so convinced? I doubted myself. Doubt is a powerful drug. And that's what they do. They get into your head. It's your fault. It's your BPD. It's your brain. It's your issue. It's you. That's why I feel for Lindy, because it felt like he was saying it's you. She was saying it was me. It's me and my body, me and my issues, me and my insecurities, me. Well, Lindy, it might be you for your side of it, but it's not all you, girl. You know, anyways, they're still together. It is what it is. They're adults. We have to trust them. And also learn from them. Learn from their mistakes. Yeah. All right. That's it. That's all I had for stream today. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Guys, please take care of yourselves. I know this week has been rough. My heart is with Lebanon, with the Iranian people that have been targeted, with those innocent girls who lost their lives. You know, we live in really devastating times. And the patriarchy is stronger than ever and ruthless as ever. And I'm just devastated for everybody. So please be safe. Hug your loved ones so tight today. And I will see you again on Monday. Technically, also Discord people for tomorrow on Saturday. But if you're not on the Discord, then I will see you for Monday. All right. Bye.